At 5 o'clock in the morning, by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fate, in the guise of Mrs. Emery dropping a milk can on the platform under his open window, awakened Murray that morning. Had not Mrs. Emery dropped that can, he would have slumbered peacefully until his usual hour for rising, a late one, to be admitted, for of all the boarders at Sweetbriar Cottage, Murray was the most irregular in his habits. When a young man, Mrs. Emery was wont to remark sagely and a trifle severely, prowls about that pond half the night, a-chasing of things what he calls moonlight effects, it ain't to be wondered at that he's sleepy in the morning. And it ain't the convenientest thing, nother and no ways, to keep the breakfast table set till the farm folks are thinking of dinner. But them artist men are not like other people, say what you will, and allowance has to be made for them. And I must say that I likes him real well, and approves of him in every other way. If Murray had slept late that morning, well, he shudders yet over that if. But aforesaid fate saw to it that he woke when the hour of destiny and the milk cans struck, and having awakened he found he could not go to sleep again. It suddenly occurred to him that he had never seen a sunrise on the pond. Doubtless it would be very lovely down there in these dewy meadows at such a primitive hour. He decided to get up and see what the world looked like in the young daylight. He scowled at a letter lying on his dressing-table and thrust it in his pocket that it might be out of sight. He had written it the night before, and the writing of it was going to cost him several things, a prospective million among others. So it is hardly to be wondered at if the sight of it did not reconcile him to the joys of early rising. "Dear life and heart!" exclaimed Mrs. Emery, pausing in the act of scalding a milk can when Murray emerged from the side door. "What on earth is the matter, Mr. Murray? You ain't sick now, surely? I told you them pond fogs was pissin' after night. If you've gone and got—" "Nothing is the matter, dear lady," interrupted Murray. "And I haven't gone and got anything, except an acute attack of early rising, which is not in the least likely to become chronic. But at what hour of the night do you get up, you wonderful woman? Or rather, do you ever go to bed at all? Here is the sun only beginning to rise and— Positively yes, you have all your cows milked." Mrs. Emery purred with delight. "Folks as has 14 cows to milk has to rise betimes," she answered with proud humility. "Laws, I don't complain. I've lots of help with the milking. How Mrs. Palmer manages, I really cannot comprehend, or rather, how she has managed. I suppose she'll be all right now since her niece came last night. I saw her postin' to the pond pasture not 10 minutes ago. She'll have to milk all them 7 cows herself. But dear life and heart, here I be palaverin' away and not a bite of breakfast ready for you." "I don't want any breakfast until the regular time for it," assured Murray. "I'm going down to the pond to see the sunrise." "Now don't you go and get caught in the ma'sh," anxiously called Mrs. Emery, as she never failed to do when she saw him starting for the pond. Nobody had ever got caught in the marsh, but Mrs. Emery lived in a chronic state of fear lest someone should. "And if you once got stuck in that black mud, you be sucked right down and never seen or heard of again till the day of judgment, like Adam Palmer's cow," she was wont to warn her boarders. Murray sought his favourite spot for pond dreaming, a bloomy corner of the pasture that ran down into the blue water, with a dump of leafy maples on the left. He was very glad he had risen early. A miracle was being worked before his very eyes. The world was in a flush and tremor of maiden loveliness, instinct with all the marvellous fleeting charm of girlhood and spring and young morning. Overhead the sky was a vast high-sprung arch of unstained crystal. Down over the sand dunes, where the pond ran out into the sea, was a great arc of primrose smitten through with aural crimsonings. Beneath it the pond waters shimmered with 100 fairy hues, but just before him they were clear as a flawless mirror. The fields around him glistened with dews, and a little wandering wind, blowing lightly from some bourne in the hills, strayed down over the slopes, bringing with it an unimaginable odour of freshness, and fluttered over the pond, leaving a little patch of dancing silver ripples across the mirror grey of the water. Birds were singing in the beech woods over on Orchard Knob Farm, answering to each other from shore to shore, until the very air was tremulous with the elfin music of this wonderful midsummer dawn. "I will get up at sunrise every morning of my life hereafter," exclaimed Murray rapturously, not meaning a syllable of it, but devoutly believing he did. Just as the fiery disk of the sun peered over the sand dunes, Murray heard music that was not of the birds. It was a girl's voice singing beyond the maples to his left, a clear sweet voice, blithely trilling out the old-fashioned song, 5 o'clock in the morning. Mrs. Palmer's niece! Murray sprang to his feet and tiptoed cautiously through the maples. He had heard so much from Mrs. Palmer about her niece that he felt reasonably well acquainted with her. Moreover, Mrs. Palmer had assured him that Molly was a very pretty girl. Now a pretty girl milking cows at sunrise in the meadows sounded well. Mrs. Palmer had not overrated her niece's beauty. Murray said so to himself with a little whistle of amazement as he leaned unseen on the pasture fence and looked at the girl who was milking a placid Jersey less than 10 yards away from him. Murray's artistic instinct responded to the whole scene with a thrill of satisfaction. He could see only her profile, but that was perfect, and the colouring of the oval cheek and the beautiful curve of the chin were something to adore. Her hair, ruffled into lovable little ringlets by the morning wind, was coiled in glistening chestnut masses high on her bare head, and her arms, bare to the elbow, were as white as marble. Presently she began to sing again, and this time Murray joined in. She half rose from her milking stool and cast a startled glance at the maples. Then she dropped back again and began to milk determinedly, but Murray could have sworn that he saw a demure smile hovering about her lips. That, and the revelation of her full face, decided him. He sprang over the fence and sauntered across the intervening space of lush clover blossoms. "Good morning," he said coolly. He had forgotten her other name, and it did not matter. At 5 o'clock in the morning people who meet in dewy clover fields might disregard the conventionalities. "Isn't it a rather large contract for you to be milking 7 cows all alone? May I help you?" Molly looked up at him over her shoulder. She had glorious grey eyes. Her face was serene and undisturbed. "Can you milk?" she asked. "Unlikely as it may seem, I can," said Murray. "I have never confessed it to Mrs. Emery, because I was afraid she would inveigle me into milking her 14 cows. But I don't mind helping you. I learned to milk when I was a shaver on my vacations at a grandfatherly farm. May I have that extra pail?" Murray captured a milking stool and rounded up another Jersey. Before sitting down, he seemed struck with an idea. "My name is Arnold Murray. I board at Sweetbriar Cottage, next farm to Orchard Knob. That makes us near neighbours." "I suppose it does," said Molly. Murray mentally decided that her voice was the sweetest he had ever heard. He was glad he had arranged his cow at such an angle that he could study her profile. It was amazing that Mrs. Palmer's niece should have such a profile. It looked as if centuries of fine breeding were responsible for it. "What a morning!" he said enthusiastically. "It harks back to the days when earth was young. They must have had just such mornings as this in Eden." "Do you always get up so early?" asked Molly, practically. "Always," said Murray without a blush. Then, "But no, that is a fib, and I cannot tell fibs to you. The truth is your tribute. I never get up early. It was fate that roused me and brought me here this morning. This morning is a miracle. And you? I might suppose you were born of the sunrise, if Mrs. Palmer hadn't told me all about you." "What did she tell you about me?" asked Molly, changing cows. Murray discovered that she was tall, and that the big blue-print apron shrouded a singularly graceful figure. "She said you were the best-looking girl in Bruce County. I have seen very few of the girls in Bruce County, but I know she is right." "That compliment is not nearly so pretty as the sunrise one," said Molly reflectively. "Mrs. Palmer has told me things about you," she added. "Curiosity knows no gender," hinted Murray. She said you were good-looking, and lazy, and different from other people." "All compliments," said Murray in a gratified tone. "Lazy?" "Certainly. Laziness is a virtue in these strenuous days. I was not born with it, but I have painstakingly acquired it, and I am proud of my success. I have time to enjoy life." "I think that I like you," said Molly. "You have the merit of being able to enter into a situation," he assured her. When the last Jersey was milked, they carried the pails down to the spring where the creamers were sunk, and strained the milk into them. Murray washed the pails, and Molly wiped them, and set them in a gleaming row on the shelf under a big maple. "Thank you," she said. "You are not going yet," said Murray resolutely. "The time I saved you in milking 3 cows belongs to me. We will spend it in a walk along the pond shore. I will show you a path I have discovered under the beeches. It's just wide enough for 2. Come." He took her hand and drew her through the copse into a green lane, where the ferns grew thickly on either side and the pond waters plashed dreamily below them. He kept her hand in his as they went down the path, and she did not try to withdraw it. About them was the great, pure silence of the morning, faintly threaded with caressing sounds, croon of birds, gurgle of waters, sough of wind. The spirit of youth and love hovered over them, and they spoke no word. When they finally came out on a little green nook swimming in early sunshine and arched over by maples, with the wide shimmer of the pond before it, and the gold dust of blossoms over the grass, the girl drew a long breath of delight. "It is a morning left over from Eden, isn't it?" said Murray. "Yes," said Molly softly. Murray bent toward her. "You are Eve," he said. "You are the only woman in the world, for me. Adam must have told Eve just what he thought about her the first time he saw her. There were no conventionalities in Eden, and people could not have taken long to make up their minds. We are in Eden just now. One can say what he thinks in Eden without being ridiculous. You are divinely fair, Eve. Your eyes are stars of the morning. Your cheek has the flush it stole from the sunrise. Your lips are redder than the roses of paradise. And I love you, Eve." Molly lowered her eyes, and the long fringe of her lashes lay in a burnished semicircle on her cheek. "I think," she said slowly, "that it must have been very delightful in Eden. But we are not really there, you know. We are only playing that we are. And it is time for me to go back. I must get the breakfast. That sounds too prosaic for paradise." Murray bent still closer. "Before we remember that we are only playing at paradise, will you kiss me, dear Eve?" "You are very audacious," said Molly coldly. "We are in Eden yet," he urged. "That makes all the difference." "Well," said Molly, and Murray kissed her. They had passed back over the fern path and were in the pasture before either spoke again. Then Murray said, "We have left Eden behind, but we can always return there when we will. And although we were only playing at paradise, I was not playing at love. I meant all I said, Molly." "Have you meant it often?" asked Molly significantly. "I never meant it, or even played at it, before," he answered. "I did, at one time, contemplate the possibility of playing at it, but that was long ago, as long ago as last night. I'm glad to the core of my soul that I decided against it before I met you, dear Eve. I have the letter of decision in my coat pocket this moment. I mean to mail it this afternoon." "Curiosity knows no gender," quoted Molly. "Then, to satisfy your curiosity, I must bore you with some personal history. My parents died when I was a little chap, and my uncle brought me up. He has been immensely good to me, but he is a bit of a tyrant. Recently he picked out a wife for me, the daughter of an old sweetheart of his. I have never seen her, but she has arrived in town on a visit to some relatives there. Uncle Dick wrote to me to return home at once and pay my court to the lady. I protested. He wrote again, a letter, short and the reverse of sweet. If I refused to do my best to win Miss Mannering, he would disown me, never speak to me again, cut me off with a quarter. Uncle always means what he says. That is one of our family traits, you understand. I spent some miserable, undecided days. It was not the threat of disinheritance that worried me, although when you have been brought up to regard yourself as a prospective millionaire, it is rather difficult to adjust your vision to a pauper focus, but it was the thought of alienating Uncle Dick. I loved the dear, determined old chap like a father. But last night my guardian angel was with me, and I decided to remain my old man. So I wrote to Uncle Dick, respectfully but firmly declining to become a candidate for Miss Mannering's hand. "But you have never seen her," said Molly. "She may be almost charming." "'If she be not fair to me, what care I how fair she be?'" quoted Murray. "And as you say, she may be almost charming, but she is not Eve. She is merely one of a million other women, as far as I am concerned. Don't let's talk of her. Let's only talk of ourselves. There is nothing else that is half so interesting." "And will your uncle really cast you off?" asked Molly. "Not a doubt of it." "What will you do?" "Work, dear Eve. My carefully acquired laziness must be thrown to the winds, and I shall work. That is the rule outside of Eden. Don't worry. I've painted pictures that have actually been sold. I'll make a living for us somehow." "Us?" "Of course. You are engaged to me." "I am not," said Molly indignantly. "Molly, Molly! After that kiss! Fie, fie!" "You are very absurd," said Molly. "But your absurdity has been amusing. I have yes, positively, I have enjoyed your Eden comedy. But now you must not come any further with me. My aunt might not approve. Here is my path to Orchard Knob farmhouse. There, I presume, is yours to Sweetbriar Cottage. Good morning." "I am coming over to see you this afternoon," said Murray coolly. "But you needn't be afraid. I will not tell tales out of Eden. I will be a hypocrite and pretend to Mrs. Palmer that we have never met before. But you and I will know and remember. Now, you may go. I reserve to myself the privilege of standing here and watching you out of sight." That afternoon Murray strolled over to Orchard Knob, going into the kitchen without knocking, as was the habit in that free and easy world. Mrs. Palmer was lying on the lounge with a pungent handkerchief bound about her head, but keeping a vigilant eye on a very pretty, very plump, brown-eyed girl, who was stirring a kettleful of cherry preserve on the range. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Palmer," said Murray, wondering where Molly was. "I'm so sorry to see that you look something like an invalid." "I've a raging, ramping headache," said Mrs. Palmer solemnly. "I had it all night, and I'm good for nothing. Molly, you'd better take them cherries off. Mr. Murray, this is my niece, Molly Booth." "What?" said Murray explosively. "Miss Molly Booth," repeated Mrs. Palmer in a louder tone. Murray regained outward self-control and bowed to the blushing Molly. "And what about Eve?" he thought helplessly. What was she? Did I dream her? Was she a phantom of delight? No, no, phantoms don't milk cows. She was flesh and blood. No chilly nymph exhaling from the mists of the marsh could have given a kiss like that. "Molly has come to stay the rest of the summer with me," said Mrs. Palmer. "I hope to goodness my tribulations with hired girls is over at last. They have made a wreck of me." Murray rapidly reflected. This development, he decided, released him from his promise to tell no tales. "I met a young lady down by the pond pasture this morning," he said deliberately. "I talked with her for a few minutes. I supposed her to be your niece. Who was she?" "Oh, that was Miss Mannering," said Mrs. Palmer. "What?" said Murray again. "Mannering, Dora Mannering," said Mrs. Palmer loudly, wondering if Mr. Murray were losing his hearing. "She came here last night just to see me. I haven't seen her since she was a child of 12. I used to be her nurse before I was married. I was that proud to think she thought it worth her while to look me up. And, mind you, this morning, when she found me crippled with headache and not able to do a hand's turn, that girl, Mr. Murray, went and milked 7 cows." "Only 4," murmured Murray, but Mrs. Palmer did not hear him. "For me. Couldn't prevent her. She said she had learned to milk for fun one summer when she was in the country, and she did it. And then she got breakfast for the men. Molly didn't come till the 10 o'clock train. Miss Mannering is as capable as if she'd been riz on a farm." "Where is she now?" demanded Murray. "Oh, she's gone." "What?" "Gone!" shouted Mrs. Palmer. "Gone! She left on the train Molly come on. Gracious me, has the man gone crazy? He hasn't seemed like himself all this afternoon." Murray bolted madly out of the house and was striding down the lane. Blind fool, unspeakable idiot that he had been! To take her for Mrs. Palmer's niece, that peerless creature with the calm acceptance of any situation which marked the woman of the world, with the fine appreciation and quickness of repartee that had spoken of generations of culture. To imagine that she could be Molly Booth! He had been blind, besottedly blind. And now he had lost her. She would never forgive him. She had gone without a word or sign. As he reached the last curve of the lane where it lopped about the apple trees, a plump figure came flying down the orchard slope. "Mr. Murray! Mr. Murray!" Molly Booth called breathlessly. "Will you please come here just a minute?" Murray crossed over to the paling rather grumpily. He did not want to talk with Molly Booth just then. Confound it! What did the girl want? Why was she looking so mysterious? Molly produced a little square grey envelope from some feminine hiding place and handed it over the paling. "She gave me this at the station, Miss Mannering did," she gasped, "and asked me to give it to you without letting Aunt Emily Jane see. I couldn't get the chanst when you was in, but as soon as you went I slipped out by the porch door and followed you. You went so fast I nearly died trying to head you off." "You dear little soul!" said Murray, suddenly radiant. "It's too bad you have had to put yourself so out of breath on my account. But I am immensely obliged to you. The next time your young man wants a trusty private messenger, just refer him to me." "Get away with you!" giggled Molly. "I must hurry back 'fore Aunt Emily Jane gets wind I'm gone. I hope there's good news in your girl's letter. My, but didn't you look flat when Aunt said she'd went?" Murray beamed at her idiotically. When she had vanished among the trees, he opened his letter. "Dear Mr. Murray," it ran, "your unblushing audacity of the morning deserves some punishment. I hereby punish you by prompt departure from Orchard Knob. Yet I do not dislike audacity, at some times, in some places, in some people. It is only from a sense of duty that I punish it in this case. And it was really pleasant in Eden. If you do not mail that letter, and you still persist in your very absurd interpretation of the meaning of Eve's kiss, we may meet again in town. Until then, I remain, very sincerely yours, Dora Lynn Mannering." Murray kissed the grey letter and put it tenderly away in his pocket. Then he took his letter to his uncle and tore it into tiny fragments. Finally, he looked at his watch. "If I hurry, I can catch the afternoon train to town," he said. End of At 5 o'clock in the Morning by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by Marianne Spiegel in Chicago, Illinois.
Lives for One Horse by Rolf Boldrewood. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Yes, it does seem a goodish price to pay for a half-bred mare worth £10 at the outside, said old Bill, the cook for the rouseabouts at Jergolo Station, one wet evening, as the men gathered round the fire after supper, with their pipes in their mouths. It had been wet for 3 days, so there was no shearing. Very little work for the other men either, 100 strong, as the wet-fleeced sheep were best left alone. The shearers were sulky, of course. They were eating and paying for their own rations. But the ordinary pound-a-week men, whose board with lodging was provided for them gratis, were philosophically indifferent to the state of the weather. "I don't care if it rains till Christmas," said the dissipated-looking youth, who had successfully finished a game of euchre with a dirty pack of cards and an equally unclean companion. "It's no odds to us, so long's the creeks don't rise and block us going to the big smoke to blue our checks. I don't hold with too much fine weather at shearing time." "Why not?" said his late antagonist, staring gloomily at the cards as if he held them responsible for his losses. "Why not?" repeated the first speaker. "'Cause there's no fun in watching of blooming shearers making their £1.30 bob a day while we can't raise a mag over 3 and 6. At it all hours like so many working bullocks and turned out the minute shearing's over, like a lot of unclaimed strangers after a cattle muster." "Why did you come here at all?" asked a tall, broad-shouldered cornstalk from the neighbourhood of Penrith. "Nobody asked you. There was plenty for the work afore you struck in. It's you town larrikins that spoil the sheds. Blackguarding and gambling and growling from daylight till dark. If I were the boss I'd set bait for ye, same as the dingoes." "You shut up and go home to your pumpkin patch," retorted the card player with sudden animation. "You Sydney-siders think no one can work stock but yourself. You've no right this side of the Murrumbidgee, if it comes to that, and I'll make one of a crowd to start you back where you came from and end all you blackleg lot." "Put up your hands, you spieler," said the New South Wales man, making one long stride toward the lightweight, who, standing easily on guard, appeared in no way anxious to decline the combat. "Come, none of that Unipian chap," said a good-humoured authority voice. "No scrapping till shearing's over, or I'll stop your pay. Besides, it's a daylight start to-morrow morning. I've a paddock to clear, and the glass is rising. The weather's going to take up." This was the second overseer, whose word was law until the cobbler was shorn, and the last man with the last sheep left the shed amid derisive cheers. After a little subdued growling, the combatants, there being no grog to inflame their angry passions, subsided. "What's that old Bill was saying about horses and men's lives? I heard it from outside," demanded the centurion. "Any duffing going on?" "Why, Joe Downie passed," made answer a wiry-looking old hand, then engaged in mending one of his boots so neatly that he might have passed for a journeyman shoemaker, had it not been an open secret that he had learnt the trade within the walls of a gaol. That if a man was to shake a horse here and ride him into Queensland, he'd never get copped. "Oh, wouldn't he, eh? And why did Bill get his hair off?" "Well, Bill, he says, you're a damned young fool, says he. I've seen smarter men than you lose their lives over a 10-pound horse. Yes, and bring better men to the same edge." "But he said something about 5 men," persisted the overseer. "What did he mean by that?" "What did I mean by that?" said the old man, who had now drawn nearer, in stern and strident tones. "Why, what I say. It's God's truth as I stand here, and the whole 5 of them now is in their graves. As fine a lot of men, too, as ever you see, all along of one blasted mare worth about 2 fivers, and be hanged to her." The old man's speech had a sort of rude eloquence born of earnestness, which chained the attention of the variously composed crowd. And when Mr. MacDonald, the overseer, said, "Come, Bill, let's have it. It's a lost day, and we may as well hear your yarn as anything else before turn-in time," the old man, thus adjured, took his pipe out of his mouth, and, seating himself upon a 3-legged stool, prepared to deliver himself of a singular and tragic experience. William James, chiefly referred to as Old Bill, was a true type of the veritable old hand of pre-auriferous Australia. Concerning an early voyage to Tasmania he was reticent. He referred to the period ambiguously as "them old times," when he related tales of mystery and fear, such as could only find place under the regime of forced colonisation. No hirsute ornament adorned his countenance. Deeply wrinkled, but ever clean-shaved, it was a face furrowed and graven, as with a life record of the darker passions and such various sufferings as the human animal alone can endure and live. Out of this furnace of tribulation old Bill had emerged, in a manner purified and reformed. He gave one the impression of a retired pirate, convinced of the defects of the profession, but regretful of its pleasing episodes. Considered as a bush labourer, a more useful individual to a colony did not live. Bill could do everything well, and do twice as much as the less enervated industrialist of a latter day. Hardy, resourceful, tireless, true to his salt, old Bill had often been considered by the sanguine or inexperienced employer an invaluable servant. And so, in truth, he was, until the fatal day arrived when the check fever assailed him. Then, alas, he was neither to hoard nor to bind. No reason, interest, promise, or principle had power to restrain him from the mad debauch when for days, perhaps for weeks, all semblance of manhood was lost. However, he was now in the healthful stage of constant work, well fed, paid, and sheltered. Cooking was one of his many accomplishments. In it he excelled, while, despite his age, his courage and determination sufficed to keep the turbulent rouseabouts in order. In his leisure hours he was prone to improve the occasion by demonstrating the folly of colliding with the law, its certain victory, its terrible penalties. And of the gloomy sequel to a solitary act was the present story. "I mind," he began, pushing back the grey hair, which he wore long and carefully brushed, "when I was working on a run near the Queensland border. It's many a long year ago, but that says nothing. Some of you chaps is as young and foolish as this Jack Danvers as I'm a-going to tell ye about. Well, some of us was starting a bit of a spree like after shearing. We'd all got tidy checks. Some was going one way and some another. Jack and his mate to Queensland, where they expected a big job of work. Just as we were saddling up, some of us had one Neddy, some two, a mob of horses comes by. I knew who they belonged to, a squatter not far off. Among them was a fine lump of a brown filly, 3 years old, half-bred but with good action. "That's a good filly," says Jack. He'd had a few glasses. "She could be roped handy in the old cattle yard near the creek. Lead easy, too, along with the other mokes." "Don't be a darned fool, Jack," says I. "There'll be a bloomin' row over her, you take it from me. She's safe to be missed, and you'll be tracked up. Damn it all, man," says I, "what's a 10-pound filly for a man to lose his liberty over? If it was a big touch, it might be different." "You're a fine cove to preach," says he, quite savage. The grog had got into his head, I could see. "Mind your own business." I heard his mate, he was a rank bad 'un, say something to him, and they rode away steady, but the same road that the mob had gone. I went off with some of the other chaps as were inside having a last drink, and thought no more about Jack Danvers and the brown filly till nigh a year after. Then it came out. The filly had been spotted working in a team by the man that bred her. The carrier bought her square and honest, had a receipt from a storekeeper. They found the storekeeper in Queensland. He'd bought her from another man. What sort of a man? Why, a tall, good-looking chap, like a flash shearer. Word went to the police at Wawilla. It was Jack Danvers, of course. They'd suspected him and his mate all the time. Well, Jack was nabbed, though he was out on a Queensland digging far enough away. They sent up his description from the shed we'd left together, and he was brought down in irons, as he made a fight of it. The storekeeper swore to him positive as the man that had sold him the brown J.D. filly, old Jerry Dawson she was. The jury found him guilty, and he got 3 years. Now I'm on to the part of the play where the ante-up comes in. You mind me, you young fellows, it always does sooner or later. He'd no call to shake that filly. I said so then, and I say so now. And what comed of it? Listen, and I'll tell you. Death in 5 chapters, and so simple, all along of an unbroke filly. Now, Jack wasn't the man to stop inside of prison walls if he could help it. He and another chap made a rush one day, knock over the warder and collar his revolver. Another warder comes out to help. Jack shoots him dead and they clear. Man's life number 1. Big reward offered. They stick up a roadside inn next. Somebody gave them away. Police waiting on them as they walk in dead of night. Soon as they see the police, Jack shoots the innkeeper, poor devil. Thought he'd sold 'em. Man's life number 2. Jack and his mate and the police bang away at each other at close quarters. Trooper wounded, Jack shot dead, mate wounded, dies next day. Man's lives number 4. Who gave the office to the police and collared the blood money? Friend of Jack's, a pal. 500 quid was too much for him. What became of him? Job leaked out somehow. Friends and family dropped him. The money did him no good. Took to drinking straight ahead and died in the horrors within the year. Man's lives number 5. Yes, he was the 5th man to go down. £2 apiece their lives fetched. They're in their graves because Jack Danvers was a damned fool, and when he was young, strong, good-looking and well-liked, must go and duff a man's mare out of sheer foolishness. He didn't see what was to come of it, or he'd have cut off his right hand first. But that's the way of it. We don't see them things until it's too late. But mark my words, you young chaps, as has got all the world before you, take a fool's advice. It don't pay to go on the cross. Never did, and there's no one has cause to know it better than old Bill James. By George, said the overseer, that's the best yarn I've heard for a year. And if the parson preaches a better sermon when he holds service in the woolshed next Sunday, I'll be surprised. End of 5 Lives for One Horse by Rolf Boldrewood.
William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Full fathom 5 thy father lies. Of his bones are coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell. Ding dong, hark, now I hear them. Ding dong bell. End of Full Fathom 5 by William Shakespeare. Read by Lucy Perry in Bath on July 23, 2010. "5 Years Old" by William Allingham. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amy Margaret's 5 years old. Amy Margaret's hair is gold. Dearer 20,000-fold than gold is Amy Margaret. Amy is friend, is Margaret, the pearl for crown or carcanet, or peeping daisy, summer's pet. Which are you, Amy Margaret? A friend, a daisy, and a pearl, a kindly, simple, precious girl, such howsoe'er the world may twirl, be ever, Amy Margaret. End of Amy Margaret's 5 years old by William Allingham. Recorded by Lucy Perry in Bath on July 23, 2010. Five Wise Words of the Guru by Andrew Lang. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once there lived a handsome young man named Ram Singh, who, though a favourite with everyone, was unhappy because he had a scold for a stepmother. All day long she went on talking, until the youth was driven so distracted that he determined to go away somewhere and seek his fortune. No sooner had he decided to leave his home than he made his plans, and the very next morning he started off with a few clothes in a wallet and a little money in his pocket. But there was one person in the village to whom he wished to say good-bye, and that was a wise old guru, or teacher, who had taught him much. So he turned his face first of all towards his master's hut, and before the sun was well up was knocking at his door. The old man received his pupil affectionately, but he was wise in reading faces, and saw at once that the youth was in trouble. "My son," said he, "what is the matter?" "Nothing, father," replied the young man, "but I have determined to go into the world and seek my fortune." "Be advised," returned the guru, "and remain in your father's house. It is better to have half a loaf at home than to seek a whole one in distant countries." But Ram Singh was in no mood to heed such advice, and very soon the old man ceased to press him. "Well," said he at last, "if your mind is made up, I suppose you must have your way. But listen carefully, and remember 5 parting counsels which I will give you, and if you keep these, no evil shall befall you. First, always obey without question the orders of him whose service you enter. Second, never speak harshly or unkindly to anyone. Third, never lie. Fourth, never try to appear the equal of those above you in station. And fifth, wherever you go, if you meet those who read or teach from the holy books, stay and listen, if but for a few minutes, that you may be strengthened in the path of duty." Then Ram Singh started out upon his journey, promising to bear in mind the old man's words. After some days he came to a great city. He had spent all the money which he had at starting, and therefore resolved to look for work, however humble it might be. Catching sight of a prosperous-looking merchant standing in front of a shop full of grain of all kinds, Ram Singh went up to him and asked whether he could give him anything to do. The merchant gazed at him so long that the young man began to lose heart, but at length he answered, "Yes, of course, there is a place waiting for you." "What do you mean?" asked Ram Singh. "Why," replied the other, "yesterday our Rajah's chief wazir dismissed his body servant and is wanting another. Now you are just the sort of person that he needs, for you are young and tall and handsome. I advise you to apply there." Thanking the merchant for this advice, the young man set out at once for the wazir's house, and soon managed, thanks to his good looks and appearance, to be engaged as the great man's servant. One day soon after this, the Rajah of the place started on a journey, and the chief wazir accompanied him. With them was an army of servants and attendants, soldiers, muleteers, camel drivers, merchants with grain and stores for man and beast, singers to make entertainment by the way, and musicians to accompany them, besides elephants, camels, horses, mules, ponies, donkeys, goats, and carts and wagons of every kind and description, so that it seemed more like a large town on the march than anything else. Thus they travelled for several days, till they entered a country that was like a sea of sand, where the swirling dust floated in clouds, and men and beast were half choked by it. Towards the close of that day they came to a village, and when the headman hurried out to salute the Rajah and to pay him their respects, they began, with very long and serious faces, to explain that whilst they and all that they had were of course at the disposal of the Rajah, the coming of so large a company had nevertheless put them into a dreadful difficulty, because they had never a well nor spring of water in their country, and they had no water to give to drink to such an army of men and beasts. Great fear fell upon the host at the word of the headman, but the Rajah merely told the Wazir that he must get water somehow, and that settled the matter so far as he was concerned. The Wazir sent off in haste for all the oldest men in the place, and began to question them as to whether there were no wells near by. They all looked helplessly at each other and said nothing, but at length one old greybeard replied, "Truly, Sir Wazir, there is, within a mile or two of this village, a well which some former king made hundreds of years ago. It is, they say, great and inexhaustible, covered in by heavy stonework, and with a flight of steps leading down to the water in the very bowels of the earth. But no man ever goes near it, because it is haunted by evil spirits, and it is known that whoso disappears down the well shall never be seen again." The Wazir stroked his beard and considered a moment. Then he turned to Ram Singh, who stood behind his chair. "There is a proverb," said he, that no man can be trusted until he has been tried. Go you and get the Rajah and his people water from this well." There flashed into Ram Singh's mind the first counsel of the old Guru. "Always obey without question the orders of him whose service you enter." So he replied at once that he was ready, and left to prepare for his adventure. 2 great brazen vessels were fastened to a mule, 2 lesser ones he bound upon his shoulders, and thus provided he set out, with the old villager for his guide. In a short time they came to a spot where some big trees towered above the barren country, whilst under their shadow lay the dome of an ancient building. This the guide pointed out as the well, but excused himself from going further, as he was an old man and tired, and it was already near sunset, so that he must be returning home. So Ram Singh bade him farewell, and went on alone with the mule. Arrived at the trees, Ram Singh tied up his beast, lifted the vessels from his shoulder, and having found the opening of the well, descended by a flight of steps which led down into the darkness. The steps were broad white slabs of alabaster, which gleamed in the shadows as he went lower and lower. All was very silent. Even the sound of his bare feet upon the pavement seemed to wake an echo in that lonely place, and when one of the vessels which he carried slipped and fell upon the steps, it clanged so loudly that he jumped at the noise. Still he went on, until at last he reached a wide pool of sweet water, and there he washed his jars with care before he filled them, and began to remount the steps with the lighter vessels, as the big ones were so heavy he could only take up one at a time. Suddenly something moved above him, and looking up he saw a great giant standing on the stairway. In one hand he held clasped to his heart a dreadful-looking mass of bones. In the other was a lamp which cast long shadows about the walls, and made him seem even more terrible than he really was. "What think you, O mortal," said the giant, "of my fair and lovely wife?" And he held the light towards the bones in his arms, and looked lovingly at them. Now I must tell you that this poor giant had had a very beautiful wife, whom he had loved dearly, but when she died her husband refused to believe in her death, and always carried her about long after she had become nothing but bones. Ram Singh, of course, did not know of this, but there came to his mind the second wise saying of the Guru, which forbade him to speak harshly or inconsiderately to others, so he replied, "Truly, sir, I am sure you could find nowhere such another." "Ah, what eyes you have!" cried the delighted giant. "You at least can see. I do not know how often I have slain those who insulted her by saying she was but dried bones. You are a fine young man, and I will help you." So saying, he laid down the bones with great tenderness, and snatching up the huge brass vessels, carried them up again, and replaced them with such ease that it was all done by the time Ram Singh had reached the open air with the smaller ones. "Now," said the giant, "you have pleased me, and you may ask of me one favour, and whatever you wish I will do it for you. Perhaps you would like me to show you where lies buried the treasure of dead kings?" he asked eagerly. But Ram Singh shook his head at the mention of buried wealth. "The favour that I would ask," said he, "is that you will leave off haunting this well, so that men may go in and out and obtain water." Perhaps the giant had expected some favour more difficult to grant, for his face brightened, and he promised to depart at once. And as Ram Singh went off through the gathering darkness with his precious burden of water, he beheld the giant striding away with the bones of his dead wife in his arms. Great was the wonder and rejoicing in the camp when Ram Singh returned with the water. He never said anything, however, about his adventure with the giant, but merely told the Rajah that there was nothing to prevent the well being used, and used it was, and nobody ever saw any more of the giant. The Rajah was so pleased with the bearing of Ram Singh that he ordered the Wazir to give the young man to him in exchange for one of his own servants. So Ram Singh became the Rajah's attendant, and as the days went by the king became more and more delighted with the youth, because, mindful of the old Guru's third counsel, he was always honest and spoke the truth. He grew in favour rapidly, until at last the Rajah made him treasurer, and thus he reached a high place in the court, and had wealth and power in his hands. Unluckily the Rajah had a brother who was a very bad man, and this brother thought that if he could win the young treasurer over to himself, he might by this means manage to steal little by little any of the king's treasure which he needed. Then, with plenty of money, he could bribe the soldiers and some of the Rajah's councillors, head a rebellion, dethrone and kill his brother, and reign himself instead. He was too wary, of course, to tell Ram Singh of all these wicked plans, but he began by flattering him whenever he saw him, and at last offered him his daughter in marriage. But Ram Singh remembered the fourth counsel of the old Guru, never to try to appear the equal of those above him in station, and therefore he respectfully declined the great honour of marrying a princess. Of course the prince, baffled at the very beginning of his enterprise, was furious, and determined to work Ram Singh's ruin, and entering the Rajah's presence, he told him a story about Ram Singh having spoken insulting words of his sovereign and of his daughter. What it was all about nobody knew, and, as it was not true, the wicked prince did not know either, but the Rajah grew very angry and red in the face as he listened, and declared that until the treasurer's head was cut off, neither he, nor the princess, nor his brother would eat or drink. "But," added he, "I do not wish anyone to know that this was done by my desire, and anyone who mentions the subject will be severely punished." And with this the prince was forced to be content. Then the Rajah sent for an officer of his guard, and told him to take some soldiers and ride at once to a tower which was situated just outside the town, and if anyone should come to inquire when the building was going to be finished, or should he ask any other questions about it, the officer must chop his head off and bring it to him. As for the body, that could be buried on the spot. The old officer thought these instructions rather odd, but it was no business of his, so he saluted and went off to do his master's bidding. Early in the morning, the Rajah, who had not slept all night, sent for Ram Singh and bade him to go to the new hunting tower and ask the people there how it was getting on and when it was going to be finished, and to hurry back with the answer. Away went Ram Singh upon his errand, but on the road, as he was passing a little temple on the outskirts of the city, he heard someone inside reading aloud, and remembering the Guru's fifth counsel, he just stepped inside and sat down to listen for a minute. He did not mean to stay longer, but became so deeply interested in the wisdom of the teacher that he sat and sat and sat, while the sun rose higher and higher. In the meantime, the wicked prince, who dared not disobey the Rajah's command, was feeling very hungry, and as for the princess, she was quietly crying in a corner, waiting for the news of Ram Singh's death so that she might eat her breakfast. Hours passed, and stare as he might from the window, no messenger could be seen. At last the prince could bear it no longer, and hastily disguising himself so that no one should recognise him, he jumped on a horse and galloped out to the hunting tower, where the Rajah had told him that the execution was to take place. But when he got there was no execution going on. There were only some men engaged in building, and a number of soldiers idly watching them. He forgot that he had disguised himself, and that no one would know him, so, riding up, he cried out, "Now then, you men! Why are you idling about here instead of finishing what you came to do? When is it to be done?" At his words the soldiers looked at the commanding officer, who was standing a little apart from the rest. Unperceived by the prince, he made a slight sign. A sword flashed in the sun, and off flew a head on the ground beneath. As part of the prince's disguise had been a thick beard, the men did not recognise the dead man as the Rajah's brother, but they wrapped the head in a cloth, and buried the body as their commander bade them. When this was ended, the officer took the cloth and rode off in the direction of the palace. Meanwhile the Rajah came home from his council, and to his great surprise found neither head nor brother awaiting him. As time passed on, he became uneasy, and thought that he had better go himself and see what the matter was. So ordering his horse, he rode off alone. It happened that, just as the Rajah came near to the temple where Ram Singh still sat, the young treasurer, hearing the sound of a horse's hoofs, looked over his shoulder and saw the rider was the Rajah himself. Feeling much ashamed of himself for having forgotten his errand, he jumped up and hurried out to meet his master, who reined up his horse and seemed very surprised, as indeed he was, to see him. At that moment there arrived the officer of the guard carrying his parcel. He saluted the Rajah gravely, and, dismounting, laid the bundle in the road and began to undo the wrappings, whilst the Rajah watched him with wonder and interest. When the last string was undone, and the head of his brother was displayed to his view, the Rajah sprang from his horse and caught the soldier by the arm. As soon as he could speak, he questioned the man as to what had occurred, and little by little a dark suspicion darted through him. Then, briefly telling the soldier that he had done well, the Rajah drew Ram Singh to one side, and in a few minutes learned from him how, in attending to the Guru's counsel, he had delayed to do the king's message. In the end, the Rajah found from some papers the proof of his dead brother's treachery, and Ram Singh established his innocence and integrity. He continued to serve the Rajah for many years with unswerving fidelity, and married a maiden of his own rank in life, with whom he lived happily, dying at last honoured and loved by all men. Sons were born to him, and, in time, to them also he taught the 5 wise sayings of the old Guru. End of the 5 Wise Words of the Guru by Andrew Lang. Read by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on July 23, 2010.
Door Hans Christian Andersen, vertaald door Simon Jacob Andriessen. Dit is ingesproken ter gelegenheid van de 5e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn in het publieke domein. Voor meer informatie of om ook vrijwilliger te worden, ga naar LibriVox.org. 5 uit 1 schil. Er zaten 5 erwten in 1 schil. Zij en de schil waren groen. Daarom dachten zij dat de hele wereld groen was. En dat is niet meer dan natuurlijk. De schil groeide en de erwten ook. Ze maakten het zich zo gemakkelijk mogelijk. Ze zaten op een rijtje. De zon scheen van buiten en koesterde de schil. De regen maakte haar helder en doorzichtig. Het was er overdag licht en 's nachts donker in, zoals het wezen moet. De erwten werden, nu ze daar eenmaal zo zaten, groter en begonnen gedurig meer na te denken, want iets moesten zij toch doen. Moeten we hier nu eeuwig blijven zitten? Vroeg er een. Als we van het lange zitten maar niet stijf en stram worden, ik zou toch wel zeggen dat er buiten nog iets is. Ik heb daar zo'n zeker voorgevoel van. Weken verliepen er. De erwten werden geel en de schil werd geel. De hele wereld wordt geel, zeiden zij, en daarin hadden ze gelijk. Eensklaps voelden zij een ruk aan de schil. Deze werd afgeplukt, raakte in mensenhanden, gleed in de zak van een buis en kwam in gezelschap van andere gevulde schillen. Nu zal de schil wel gauw opengemaakt worden, zeiden ze, en wachtten daarop reeds. Ik zou wel eens willen weten wie van ons het nu wel het verst zal brengen, zei de kleinste der 5. Ja, nu zal dit al spoedig uitkomen. Er geschieden wat er geschieden moet, zei de grootste. Knap, daar ging de schil open en nu rolden al de 5 uit in de heldere zonneschijn. Daar lagen ze nu in de hand van een kind. Een kleine jongen hield ze omklemd en zei dat het mooie erwten voor zijn klakkebus waren. En terstond deed hij er een in en schoot er haar uit. Nu vlieg ik de wijde wereld in. Pak me maar als je kunt. En met deze woorden vloog ze weg. Ik, zei de tweede, ik vlieg regelrecht in de zon. Dat is een schil die juist voor mij past. Weg was zij. We zullen ons te slapen leggen waar we te land komen, zeiden de 2 volgende. Maar we zullen wel voortrollen. Ze rolden dan ook voort en vielen op de grond voordat ze in de klakkebus kwamen. Maar in kwamen ze toch. Wij zullen het verst brengen. Er geschieden wat er geschieden moet, zei de laatste, terwijl ze uit de klakkebus geschoten werd. Ze vlogen op een oud bloemenplankje voor het raam van een zolderkamertje in een reet die met mos en aarde gevuld was. Het mos sloot zich om haar samen. Daar lag zij, weliswaar gevangen, maar toch niet vergeten door de goede God. Er geschiede wat er geschieden moet, zeide zij. Daar op dat kleine zolderkamertje woonde een arme vrouw, die overdag uitging om te wassen, schoon te maken en dergelijke arbeid te verrichten, want ze was sterk en ook vlijtig, maar ze bleef toch altijd arm. Thuis in het kamertje lag haar enig dochtertje, een meisje van 8 jaar, dat zeer fijn en teer was. Sedert een jaar was zij bedlegerig en het scheen alsof zij niet kon leven of sterven. Ze gaat naar haar zusje toe, zei de vrouw. Ik heb slechts 2 kinderen gehad en het was geen lichte taak voor beiden te zorgen. En de goede God deelde met mij en nam het ene tot zich. Maar nu zou ik toch graag het andere dat mij nog overgebleven is willen behouden. Maar God wil waarschijnlijk niet dat zij van elkaar gescheiden blijven. En mijn zieke lieveling zal naar haar zusje daarboven gaan. Maar het zieke meisje bleef waar het was. Het lag de hele dag geduldig en stil in haar bedje, terwijl haar moeder buitenshuis werkte om iets te verdienen. Het was lente, en 's morgens in de vroegte, toen de vrouw juist naar haar werk wilde gaan, scheen de zon liefelijk en vriendelijk door het kleine raam en wierp haar stralen op de vloer, en het zieke meisje vestigde haar blik op de onderste ruit. Wat zou toch dat groen zijn dat daar boven het raam komt uitkijken? Het beweegt zich door de wind. Haar moeder ging naar het raam toe en schoof dit half open. Wel, riep ze uit, dat is waarlijk een kleine ert die hier ontkiemd is en haar groene bladeren doet uitspruiten. Hoe zou ze toch wel hier in de reet gekomen zijn? Dat is een klein tuintje waarmee je je vermaken kunt. Het ledekantje der kleine werd dichter aan het raam geschoven, opdat zij de ontkiemende ert zou kunnen zien, en de moeder ging heen om te werken. Moeder, ik geloof dat ik weer gezond zal worden, zei het zieke meisje 's avonds. De zon heeft hier vandaag zo lieflijk warm in mijn kamertje geschenen. De kleine ert gedijt heerlijk, en ook ik zal zeker gedijen en opstaan en mij in de zonneschijn koesteren. Dat geve God, zei de moeder, maar zij geloofde niet dat het zou gebeuren. Doch het ontkiemende groen, dat aan het kind zulke blijde gedachten des levens ingeboezemd had, ondersteunden zij met een stokje, opdat het niet door de wind zou geknakt worden. Ze bond een eindje touw aan de bloemenplank en aan het bovengedeelte van het raam vast, opdat de erwtenrank iets zou hebben waarom ze zich heen kon slingeren wanneer ze omhoog schoot. Dat deed zij, en men kon zien hoe zij met elke dag groeide. Waarlijk, er komt een bloesem aan, zei de vrouw op zekeren morgen, en nu herleefde ook in haar de hoop dat haar ziek dochtertje zou herstellen. Zij herinnerde zich dat het kind in den laatsten tijd veel levendiger gesproken had, dat ze zich sedert verscheidene dagen 's morgens in haar bedje opgericht en daar gezeten had, en met een oog, stralend van geluk, de kleine erwtentuin die uit een enkel ert voortgekomen was, bekeken had. Een week later bleef de zieke voor de eerste maal een geheel uur op. Gelukkig zat ze in de warme zonneschijn. Het raam was opgeschoven en daarvoor stond een erwtenplant in volle bloei. Het meisje boog zich voorover en drukte een kus op de tere blaadjes. Deze dag was voor haar als het ware een feestdag. De goede God zelf heeft haar geplant en laten gedijen, tot hoop en tot vreugde voor ons beiden, zei de verheugde moeder en lachte de bloesem toe, alsof hij een goede engel Gods was. Maar de andere erwten nu? Ja, die welke de wijde wereld ingevlogen was en gezegd had, pak me maar als je kunt, viel in de dakgoot en raakte in een duivenmaag, en daar lag zij evenals Jonas in de buik van de walvis. De 2 luiaards brachten het even ver. Ook zij werden door duiven opgegeten, en dus waren zij toch op enigerlei wijze nuttig. Maar de 4e, die naar de zon op wilde vliegen, die viel in een riool en bleef daar dagen en weken lang in het morsige water liggen en zwol geducht op. Ik word zo mooi dik, zei de ert. Ik zal nog barsten, en verder, geloof ik, heeft geen ert het ooit gebracht, of zal het immer brengen. Ik ben de merkwaardigste van de 5 uit de schil. En het riool was het met haar eens. Maar het meisje stond daar voor het raam van het zolderkamertje met stralende oogen, met de blos der gezondheid op de wangen, en vouwde haar tere handjes boven de erwtenbloesem en dankte God daarvoor. Ik, zeide het riool echter, ik heb mijn ert liever. Einde van 5 uit 1 schil door Hans Christian Andersen, vertaald door Simon Jacob Andriessen, gelezen door Anna Simon.
For 5 Days in the Fog by Harry Grenice. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hunted Down, or 5 Days in the Fog, a thrilling narrative of the escape of young Grenice from a drunken, infuriated mob. Written by himself while in jail, and respectfully dedicated to Mr. Nicholas Breen. Preface. I write this narrative while confined in the Modesto jail awaiting my trial for the shooting of the defamer of my mother's name on the 7th of December, 1874. It will be seen by reading the following statement that I gave myself up to the sheriff to be held to await the decision of the law. I will here explain why it was necessary for me to be taken to the Modesto jail. There was no safe jail in Merced, and it had been the custom for several months to take Merced prisoners to Modesto, a town in the adjoining county, and a distance of about 40 miles. The cars passed through Merced at noon on the day of the shooting, 5 hours after the affair happened, and directly to Modesto. Why did not the sheriff improve this opportunity of taking me to a place of safety? Failing that, a good span of horses could have conveyed us to Modesto during the afternoon. He knew the jail was not safe, and instead of doing what every sensible man would conceive to be a sheriff's duty, he chose rather to send me out handcuffed with 2 men on a public highway, to a lone wayside inn, 7 miles from Merced and 10 from Snelling's. It seems from my brother's and several other gentlemen's statement that every horse was engaged at the livery stable in Merced before 8 o'clock on that night. There is another question which will naturally arise in the thinking mind. Where did the sheriff go, and what was he doing that night while the mob was getting ready? The mystery may be solved some day. I wish to show in this simple statement that I did not flee coward-like from justice, but that I was making my escape from a drunken, infuriated mob, after being duly liberated by the deputy sheriff. I understand that the mob, or a portion of the mob that night returned and destroyed my stepfather's printing office, although the sheriff was in town. H. H. Grenese. Hunted Down, or 5 Days in the Fog. Oh, why this fog so thick and dark for 5 long days and nights? It seems as though kind Providence has veiled the heavenly lights. That he who seeks his life to save shall live to tell the tale of drunken mobs and demon cries, like legions just from hell. On Monday morning, at about 15 minutes to 8 o'clock, December 7th, 1874, immediately after the shooting, or as soon thereafter as I could collect my scattered senses, which was in about 3 minutes, I inquired for the sheriff for the purpose of giving myself up, but he nor any of his deputies were on the spot. After waiting a few minutes longer, I began to grow impatient at the delay of the officers, and not wishing to move from the scene of the shooting, for fear the movement would be misconstrued and I be accused of trying to effect an escape, I sent a messenger in quest of Sheriff Meany. I forget now who the messenger was. In a short time thereafter Sheriff Meany arrived on the spot, and perceiving him, I addressed him thus: "Sheriff Meany, I am your prisoner." He grabbed me in a rather rough manner by the lapel of my coat, took me to the lock-up, thence to El Capitan Hotel, and after remaining at the latter place for half an hour, for what reason I know not, he conducted me back to the lock-up, thrust me in, and turned the key on me. In a short time thereafter my breakfast was brought to me without knife or fork to eat with. The victuals were not fit for a dog to eat. I so expressed myself to Meany, and asked him to give me a decent breakfast. He answered me thus: "That has got to answer. Can't treat you different from the other prisoners." With the exception of the coffee, I set the breakfast aside. In the meantime, quite a crowd had collected outside the jail, and Meany was inciting them to mob violence by his vindictive expressions against me. I kept perfectly quiet and said nothing to Meany nor his deputies. Suspecting the duplicity of Meany, I dispatched a courier for my brother George, who was living some 15 miles north of Merced. My brother arrived in town about noon, and immediately came to me. He was searched by Meany, and then admitted into the lock-up. He had hardly shaken hands with me when he heard Meany say something, and turning to me remarked: "I hear Meany talking, and I think it is unsafe to be here, as I am in their power while shut up in here." He immediately asked to be let out, and his request was acceded to. In the course of the day a fellow named Packard, a shoulder-hitter of Meany's, came skulking about the jail and, picking up a gun, attempted to get an opportunity to shoot me through the bars of the lock-up. I perceived his intention in time to hug the wall directly under the bars, thereby preventing him from assassinating me. The deputy sheriff told him to put the gun down, that he had no right to pick it up. After loitering around a few minutes longer, Meany came up, and then this Packard commenced to annoy me with insulting remarks, and although Meany was there and heard him, he said nothing to him. He left shortly after, indulging in the remarks mentioned above, and afterwards I learned that he returned and tried to shoot me through the bars of the jail with a pistol. I knew that my danger was great, and my only hope was in my friends protecting me, not the sheriff, for he had expressed himself in such a free manner in my hearing, although he did not know that I was listening, that I knew there was no protection to hope for from that source. Knowing this, I did not beseech him to save me. I merely asked him, when I gave myself into his custody, to take me before a justice of the peace. I would waive an examination and go to Modesto. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when I delivered myself up to Meeny. The cars would leave for Modesto at 1 p.m. There were, therefore, 5 hours in which to allow me to do that which would but take 10 minutes, to wit, take me before a justice of the peace, and allow me to waive an examination. I told him it was dangerous for me to remain in Merced, and I wanted to waive, and go to Modesto for safety. My attorney, P.D. Wigington, mentioned the matter to many in my presence about 9 o'clock in the morning. 1 hour passed, 2 hours, 3, 4. It was 1 o'clock, and still Meeny had done nothing, although repeatedly urged by my friends to do something. Well, when 1 o'clock arrived, and I still remained in the lock-up, I knew what I could expect from Meeny. I then made up my mind to say nothing to him, but let matters take their course and await developments. He, no doubt, was surprised that I did not beg him to take me to some place of safety, but I knew it was useless to ask him to save my life. I had asked him to take me to Modesto in order to prevent violence, and 1 o'clock arriving, I knew what his action meant, on account of his expressions used in my hearing while I was lying in the lock-up. It was plain to me that he was in sympathy with the mob, which I knew was rising. I said nothing, but kept my own counsel. A heavy fog came up at 5 o'clock p.m., and it was near dark at that hour. Meeny opened the door and ordered me in a quick, sharp, rough voice to put on my coat, which I had taken off in order the more easily to slip through the hands of the mob in case they broke in the lock-up to take me out. Said Meeny, "Be quick. Put your coat on. Got to take you out of this right now, as they will be down here in less than an hour and hang you." I merely said to him, "Why didn't you take me to Modesto when you could have done so with safety?" That question was a poser to him, and he made some inarticulate reply. I put on my coat, and accompanied by Meeny and Deputy Sheriff Breen, one carrying a double-barrelled shotgun, the other a repeating rifle, started towards the new court-house, which lies just at the edge of town. Upon reaching the southwest corner of the enclosure surrounding the building, I perceived a thorough brace awaiting us. John Hathaway had the lines, and I was handcuffed and put in the carriage with Deputy Breen, and Meeny told Breen to go as far as the halfway house and there stop. After giving this order, he started back to town. I then saw through the whole arrangement. He had put me into the hands of a deputy, and as he confidently expected the mob would hang me, he would be free from blame and could say, "Granese was not in my hands, but in the hands of a deputy." During all this time I said nothing, although I thought a great deal. Hathaway drove, according to Meeny's orders, toward the halfway house. It struck me, as well as the deputy sheriff and also Hathaway, as I afterwards learned from their conversation, that the mob was lying in wait at the bridge at the crossing of Bear Creek. I kept a sharp lookout ahead, and in a few minutes the Bear Creek bridge loomed up through the fog, about 100 yards ahead. I kept a steady eye on the structure as we drew near, expecting every second to see the forms of the devils. At last the bridge was reached and crossed, and that which I most dreaded and feared, the crossing of Bear Creek Bridge, was passed in safety. While crossing the bridge, I looked behind and perceived 8 men about 100 yards behind, on foot, approaching the bridge. The programme was not laid down quite right. They were about 1 minute behind time, thanks to John Hathaway's rapid driving, who, of course, together with the deputy sheriff, knew nothing of the little arrangement to get me on the road. But they strongly suspected, as I learned from a word that I caught from their whispered conversation. After crossing the bridge, Hathaway whipped up his horses, and we started off at a rapid pace for the halfway house. I heard Deputy Sheriff Breen remark to Hathaway, "John, it's strange Meeny didn't tell us to keep right on to Modesto, instead of stopping so near town. But I have got to follow instructions. If the mob comes, I'll turn Harry loose. Damned if I don't if there's no other recourse." I then spoke up and said, "Well, Mr. Breen, if you do, and I am alive, you will find me in the Modesto jail inside of a week." He then remarked, "Oh, they may not come." The above remark was the only one I passed from the time of leaving the lock-up till I arrived at the halfway house, as I was deeply engaged in thought, trying to arrive at some plan to outwit the mob, whom I felt certain would be on my tracks ere long, if they were not so already. It was 7:30 or 8 o'clock when we arrived at the halfway house, 6 miles north of Merced. I was led into the house, securely handcuffed. The horses were taken out of their traces, then supper was ordered. We sat down to the table and ate our supper. After finishing my repast, I was conducted to a room and put to bed with the handcuffs on. I had no sooner laid down when I was agreeably surprised to see my brother George step into the room, a young man about 20 years of age and brave as a lion. Like a sleuth hound he had scented me out. It was then between 8 and 9 o'clock. In presence of Hathaway, Breen, and the host, we held a hurried conversation. George was alarmed and on horseback, but his horse was completely fagged out. He said, "I will ride to town, and if met by a mob on the road, I will put spurs to my horse and give the officer an alarm." I tried to dissuade him from running any risk, but he would not listen to me. He said, "I will ride towards town. If I reach there without encountering the mob, I will get a fresh horse and stand guard by the bridge." He then left. I afterward learned that he reached town with his horse completely broken down, and applied to all their livery stables for another, but was told that they were all engaged, doubtless to the mob. After my brother's departure, the deputy sheriff removed one of the handcuffs from my wrist, fastened it on his own, and got in bed with me, Hathaway and Powell, the proprietors of the house, standing guard. Shortly after Breen retired, I dropped off to sleep. I had slept for some time when I heard Hathaway call to Breen in an undertone, "Wake up, Nick, they are coming." I immediately awoke my sleeping bedfellow, who, jumping up, listened for a moment. Breen stopped to listen again, when Hathaway explained, "For God's sake, Nick, hurry up, they are right here." Hathaway was white as a sheet, and he held a double-barreled shotgun in his hands in a determined manner, while Breen hastily picked up his pants from the floor, took out the key of the handcuffs, and taking me by my extended wrist, loosened it. It seemed an age, while he was feeling in his pocket for the key. At this instant I heard the fiends for the first time. They were then about 100 yards from the house. I hurriedly put on my pants, shoes, and vest, and catching up my coat, I made a hasty exit out of the back door. As I did so, a terrible shout went up from the throats of the mob, which sounded like the yells of devils from the lower regions, and I thought they had discovered me as I passed out of the door. As soon as I reached the open air, I got down on my hands and knees and crawled very softly about 50 yards from the house, when I stopped and put my ear to the ground to see if they were yet on my track. The fog was very thick. One could not see 3 yards ahead. I listened for a second, then taking off my shoes to prevent making a noise, and putting on my coat, I crawled about 1,000 yards. I then stopped to think what was best for me to do to outwit those seeking my life. I argued to myself that it was best to tack back towards Merced, as the mob would be apt to pursue me northward and eastward that night. They would imagine, so I thought, that I would flee before them and strike for the Merced River, so I concluded to go where they would least expect to find me. I would return and strike for Bear Creek, which has very high banks and a narrow channel, but which at that time contained no water. If I could reach the creek, which was some 7 miles off, before daybreak, I knew I would be safe for one day at least, provided I was very cautious. With this resolution formed, I listened for a few seconds, and hearing nothing, I started to make a semicircle of the halfway house in order to get on the other side of it. By a bright light, which the fog magnified to at least 10 times its size, which kept moving to and fro in and around the halfway house, which was either a torch or a lantern, I knew that the bloodthirsty crew were searching under the porch and in the outhouses for me. I had not proceeded a quarter of a mile after taking my resolve to get between the mob and Merced, when I came to the road leading from above the houses to Cox's Ferry. I stopped and listened for a second, and peered through the fog, which was growing denser and more dense as the night advanced, but could discern nothing but the bright light before mentioned, which I was utilizing as a guide to travel by. I then crossed the road. I no sooner had done so than I discovered 2 horsemen going towards Snelling. I fell flat on my face, scarcely daring to breathe, and they passed on without discovering me. While lying down, I watched them attentively to see if they suspected their close proximity to me, as they were riding at that moment very slow, and were apparently on the alert for any sound which might possibly reach their ears. I saw several more horsemen, but luckily they did not see me before I had accomplished the semicircle around the halfway house. But after accomplishing that manoeuvre, I saw no one again that night, as I kept away from the roads and was not under the necessity of crossing any more. When about 4 miles from Merced, I altered my course slightly with the intention of striking Bear Creek, about 1 or 2 miles below town. But losing my reckoning, I reached the creek about 500 yards from the bridge. It was now near daylight, and the fog was impenetrable to the eye, or at least all objects moving in it at a greater distance than 50 yards. Having reached the creek and put on my shoes, having walked all the way from the halfway house in my stocking feet, I proceeded up. By daylight I was opposite the County Hospital farm, situated northeast of town. I cautiously passed beyond it, and as there was a road running on each side of the creek at this point, I scrambled up its banks and struck out toward the foothills, knowing that I would not be apt to encounter the mob off from a road within a circle of 5 miles from Merced. I commenced to walk around a section of land which was marked by a furrow, and which I think belonged to Upton. I had to keep walking to keep from freezing. I was now about 2 miles from the hospital grounds. The hour was about 9 o'clock a.m., and up to this time I had only halted once, and then for only a second to put on my shoes. I was sick, tired, thirsty, and commenced to feel hungry. I sat down for a while to rest. I was very weak and emaciated from a severe attack of the bloody flux, from which I had suffered several days prior to the shooting, and which continued during the first 2 days of my wandering. My mouth was dry and parched. There was no water to be seen. I looked at the grass. The fog had made it damp. I will try to suck the dampness, I thought. As I was preparing to do so, to my horror I discovered that my jaws were locked. I had doubtless clasped them firmly the night before, determined to escape, and in my eagerness had not opened my mouth, and that, together with the cold and thirst, had fastened them vice-like. I rubbed and worked nervously for several minutes. Then I bethought me of my printer rule, which was luckily in my vest pocket. With this I succeeded in prying my jaws apart, and with a few crumbs of tobacco, which I found in my pants pocket, I found relief. I then resumed my walk, would walk around the section and return to my starting point, alternatively walking a mile and resting for half an hour. Thus I passed some 3 hours. About noon the fog exhibited indications of clearing off, and I thought it best to hunt the shelter of some friendly creek, for the double purpose of screening myself from view and quenching my thirst, which was becoming almost unbearable. Sick and hungry, I started in quest of Bear Creek, and after travelling about an hour, I realized the fact that I had become lost in the fog. Previous to this discovery, I had passed within sight of several houses, but not knowing all the inhuman wretches who were hunting me down, I durst not apply within for food and shelter from the cold, chilling fog, for fear of encountering some one in sympathy with the mob, if not one of the actual participants. Upon finding that I was lost, I began to blame myself for not going boldly into one of the several farmhouses, making myself known, requesting food and a conveyance to Fresno or Modesto, to deliver myself up to a sheriff who was not an actual participant in the mob, much less in sympathy with the same. But I kept up my courage and tried to discover my bearings. I thought I must be somewhere near Mariposa Creek, so trudging along for about 2 hours longer, I found that I had guessed rightly, and I struck the above-mentioned creek about a mile or two north of the railroad crossing, and knew my whereabouts to a certainty. I clambered down its steep banks on one side, and up on the other, when I espied a man about 100 yards distant, armed with a rifle. Although the fog still continued to hang over the valley, I was fearful lest he had seen me. Immediately upon sighting him, I crouched down in the tall grass, which grew quite rank on the banks of the creek at this particular spot, and cautiously raised my head to see if I had been discovered. As I did so, I perceived he had seen me. He was about 60 or 80 yards off, was standing with his face towards me, and had just made a movement to approach my hiding place, when with a sudden impulse I seized a long shovel handle, which I had picked up early in the morning for use as a walking stick, and lying flat on my stomach, brought it to bear on the man. My ruse was successful. He evidently took the harmless weapon for a rifle, and immediately disappeared in the fog, going up the creek. This man, whoever he was, no doubt thinks to this day that some one took him for Gurnees, and that he ran a narrow risk of being shot with a shovel handle. As I said before, he took up the creek, and I proceeded down, and about 4 o'clock I struck the railway crossing 7 or 8 miles from Merced. Still keeping on the north side of the track, I proceeded toward that town, being careful to keep away from the roads. After proceeding 2 or 3 miles, I concluded to get to the other side of the track, and with that object in view tried to catch a view of the telegraph poles in order to find the track. In a few minutes I discovered them. In order to change my position to the other side of the track, I would have to cross two roads, one on each side, which was a dangerous undertaking so near Merced in the daytime. But the fog gave me courage, and I started. I had just crossed over the track, meantime keeping my eyes on all sides of me, when I discovered a man riding along toward Merced. I immediately dropped flat, and he rode past, all unconscious of my near presence. This fellow, I should judge from his paraphernalia, consisting of a six-shooter, bowie knife, and gun, was one of the brave crowd whom I encountered the preceding night at the halfway house. The horse was completely fagged out, and his rider was evidently returning to Merced for a fresh movement. I know you, sir. I saw you, but you did not me. After the outlines of horse and rider faded away into the foggy mist, I hurriedly walked about a half-mile from the railroad, intending to lay in one of the many little hollows thereabouts and await the coming of dark. It was now about 4:30. Up to this time I had not had a drop of water, although I had hunted for it in creeks and hog wallows. The cravings of appetite did not bother me much. My thirst was too keen. Arriving at the point just mentioned, I discovered a pool of muddy water, and getting on my hands and knees, I proceeded to slake my thirst. I took one swallow, and it burnt my throat like molten lead. It was alkali water, and the strongest I ever tasted. It was a bitter disappointment, but it was near night. I was but a few miles from town, and under the cover of darkness I could get water and maybe something to eat. Night at last arrived, and under its sable folds I reached the railroad bed and proceeded on my way, my place of destination, Merced. About 7 o'clock I reached the outskirts of the town, and, proceeding cautiously to 14th Street, through Chinatown, crossed the railroad track below the El Capitan Hotel. Just as I stepped on the track 2 men passed on their way to town, evidently men from one of the farms beyond Merced. I was then about 500 yards from my home, and I determined at any risk to find out the fate of my would-be brother and poor dear mother, whom I expected home on Monday night. Crawling on my hands and knees to within 100 yards of the house, which was the last one at the end of 17th Street, I watched for about 5 minutes to see if the place was under surveillance of the mob. Discovering no indication of any one on the outside, I crept along, reached the back door, and cautiously tried to get a view into the interior, but could see nothing, as the windows were covered with heavy curtains. I shuddered at the gloomy appearance of everything about the house. I wondered if any of the family were dead within. I then opened the back door, and looking in discovered the children and a neighbour lady, Mrs. Keogh. When I opened the door, the children ran off frightened, as they did not know who I was. I hastily asked Mrs. Keogh where the family was. She replied, "All gone." "Are they alive?" She answered, "Yes." Just then I heard a noise at the front door, and beat a hasty retreat out the back door. I dare not venture back where there were so many children, so I went to another part of town, where I knew almost to a certainty those who were thirsting for my blood. I ventured to look into the house of 2 persons whom I did not know. I saw them through the windows of their house, and knew that if they were not friends, they were not enemies. Going to the door, I rapped. The door was opened, and standing in the dark, I requested a drink of water, which was handed to me. It was the first water I had tasted since leaving the halfway house. Then I stepped boldly into the room and said, "I suppose you know who I am? I am Bernice." They remarked, "Yes." "Well," I said, "give me something to eat. I am almost starved." Something told me that there was nothing to fear from these people. Telling them to put down the curtains and lock the door, I sat down to the table and commenced to partake of a lunch which they set before me. I feared to eat too heartily, as I had not tasted food for 24 hours. After eating and drinking and resting for about half an hour, I asked for a hat, as mine had been left at the halfway house the night before. One was given me, and also a blanket, and some victuals which I strapped up in the blanket, and throwing the whole over my shoulder, I signified my intention of departing, and left them, with the injunction to say nothing to any one about seeing me. They gave me their promise, which they faithfully kept. I then took up my weary march again. It had been walk, since the preceding night. After leaving my newly made acquaintances, I struck off into the chilling fog, hardly knowing which way to turn. I had learned from these people that my brother and stepfather were being hunted down by Meeny and his mob, and I knew that I must get away from the hotbed of their rendezvous, Merced, as soon as possible before daylight the next morning. I proceeded toward Modesto on the railroad track, and kept up my weary tramp, 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 scarcely able to drag one foot after the other until near morning. About 4 o'clock I reached a point about 4 miles from the Merced River, and 1 or 2 from the railroad, and I could proceed no further. Spreading my blanket, a single one, on the fog-damp earth, I lay down and slept for about an hour, the first rest and sleep for more than 58 hours, unless it be the short stop I made while at Merced. But the sleep did me more harm than good, as the cold chilled me through and through, and left my limbs so stiff that I could scarcely stand, much less walk. I managed to drag my weary body back to the railroad, and just as I reached it I saw a handcar coming down the track at a rapid rate. It was going toward the Merced River, to the section house at that point. One white man and 4 or 5 Chinamen were in the car. Hailing the man, he stopped. I asked for a ride. He told me to jump on, and I did so, and sat right among the Chinamen. I told the man that I was hunting work, but had been taken sick and was scarcely able to travel, that I was going to Modesto, where I had friends. He said I was welcome to a ride. I watched him narrowly, and saw that he did not suspicion anything. I rode as far as the Merced River with him, and as he was going no farther, I was obliged to get off. He will probably be surprised to learn that that sick man hunting a job was Bernice, who at that time was being hunted down for his life, and for whom there were large imaginary rewards offered for his capture. I would advise him not to chide himself for his short-sightedness in not discovering whom I was, and thereby letting the reward slip through his hands, as I can assure him, had he captured me, he would have received not 1 dime for his pains. Sick, worn out, footsore, not knowing the fate of my poor mother, brother, and stepfather, I cautiously approached the saloon at Cressy Station, and peering through the window without being seen, I saw 6 or 7 men sitting around the stove. I recognized but one among the number, the rest were strangers to me. Knowing my enemies, I saw at a glance there were none among these men. Half frozen and famished, I walked fearlessly into the bar-room, and took a seat by the stove. Addressing the barkeeper, I asked for a glass of brandy. He evidently saw from my appearance that I was very sick, and needed a strong stimulant, and filling a glass half full of brandy, he handed it to me. Taking it, I drained every drop. I then commenced to warm my half-frozen body, but during the operation I was very silent. In a few minutes I felt revived, and I told the men that I was on my way to Modesto afoot, but that I was sick, and did not think that I could hardly make the trip. My acquaintance in the meantime said nothing, and did not even appear to recognize me. At last I succeeded in getting him to one side, and I told him I wanted to get to Modesto by some means. He said he could not help me, but would not inform on me. He told me he knew the men present, and that they would help me, if anything, to get out of the clutches of the mob. I told him I wanted to be kept out of Meany's hands, also that he was in with the mob, to my way of thinking. He said they all understood that they, the men, would see me safely through. Here I ate breakfast, after which I went and hid myself in a barn. Peeping through the cracks of the same, I saw Meany and some of the mob, just as the afternoon train arrived, talking with one of the men I had seen in the saloon, and I thought I would be discovered, sure. But in a few minutes the sheriff and posse left going up the river. I had guessed rightly. The men did not suspect me. If they did, they kept their own counsel. I learned, during the afternoon, that my mother was on that train on her way to Merced, and that someone had whispered in her ear, "Your son is thus far safe." This was a great relief to me, for I had feared for her safety. I knew that rumours must have reached her of my being hunted down, and of the uncertainty of my escape from the mob, and I knew that her agony must be terrible. I remained hid in the barn until nightfall, when I ventured forth and was guided by 2 friends to a good hiding-place, their main object being to keep me out of the clutches of the mob, as I informed them that I did not wish to evade the law, but wanted to reach Modesto when I could do so with safety. I did not look upon Meany as an officer, as he, to my knowledge, mixed with the mob, and deputized some of the ringleaders as his posse. I have his own word for this, because he told me, while returning with me to Modesto from my examination at Merced, that there was not half a dozen men out but what he had deputized. I lay hid in my new retreat, which was in a barn, some 4 or 5 miles from Cressy Station. This barn was filled with hay, and I burrowed a hole, got into it, covered it up, and lay hid all day, venturing forth at night only to stretch my aching limbs and to get water. While hid in this barn I suffered from cold, hunger, and thirst. While I hid there the mob was hunting for me everywhere, and whenever the cowardly crew came to a thicket of willows that they feared to inspect closely, or in which they thought I might be hid, they fired into the same. The firing was distinctly seen and heard by myself at one particular point on the Merced River. In the corral of the barn in which I lay hid there were a dozen or so of fine horses, out of which I could have taken my pick had I desired to effect my escape, but that was far from my intention. I was determined not to flee if I could possibly reach Modesto in safety. Had I have had no opportunity to have done so, as a last resort I would have armed myself, mounted a good horse, and leading another, struck a bee-line for Mexico. Knowing the country so well, and for other reasons which I will not mention here, I could have reached that country without fear of arrest, and after stopping there 6 months or a year, I would have returned and stood my trial. Luckily, I had an opportunity to reach Modesto, but not without incurring a great risk from the mob, whom I had to dodge on every hand in order to reach Cressy Station, where, under the protection of 5 friends, I took passage to Modesto on Saturday morning. Arriving there at 7 o'clock, I immediately went to the Ross house, ate my breakfast, and then sent a messenger in quest of the sheriff. He being out of town, his deputy, Chas Ale, came to the parlour. I was introduced to him, and gave myself into his custody. That night the sheriff called out a large number of men to prevent a set of scoundrels from Merced from mobbing me. I have written this simple, uncoloured, true statement of facts in justice to Nick Breen, as Mr. Fleming, the deputy sheriff, told my mother that Mr. Meany had ordered Mr. Breen to take me to Modesto, and that he, Breen, had disobeyed orders. My mother went immediately to Mr. Breen and asked him if what Mr. Fleming said was true. No, said Mr. B. I wanted to take Harry to Modesto, but Meany's strict orders were the halfway house. The following beautiful poem was written after the authoress had spent several hours in jail with the prisoner in company with his mother, in which time they all dined together, the meal being furnished from a restaurant by his mother. Young Harry acted as host, calm and dignified, though pale from confinement and want of sun and air. The Fatal Slander, or Harry's Defence, by Mrs. L. E. Drake. The sun was shining bright without, where happy faces smiled, but within the lonesome prison walls sat one so pale and mild. No sigh escaped his peaceful lips, no tear bedimmed his eye, though weary, from the waiting, to know if he must die. Kind stranger, do you wish to know what is the prisoner's crime? 'Twas because some cruel monster his mother did malign, which roused the sleeping passions of anger, hate, and strife, when in a time unguarded he took the offender's life. Oh now, said he, I'm ready to answer for this crime. You see I've killed the villain my mother did malign. That mother who has cherished me through all my childhood days, and rocked me on her bosom when weary of my plays. That mother, who in her early years her orphan boy has led o'er weary wastes and craggy peaks to earn our daily bread, far over snow-capped mountains and through the sunny glens, to sell her own productions, her books, to stranger men. That mother, who at midnight hours, when daily toils were o'er, and millions on their downy beds inside their palace door were resting from all sorrow, while she, who forced to roam, sat writing by the camp-fire, an authoress with no home. How many, many were the days, when I was but a child, I stood beside that mother, and watched her pen the while, until her hand grew weary, her mind would fain have rest, but the publisher was waiting, the book her child might bless. Thus months and years rolled onward. When childhood's days were done, I stood beside that mother, a faithful, happy son. For years we toiled together, with books and pen and type, in hopes the future had for us a home, oh, happy sight! But ah, stern fate, how cruel, when men who mock our laws, and strive with unrelenting hand to find some legal cause, to murder every cherished hope with slander's cruel knife, and drop by drop to steal away poor woman's helpless life. 'Twas slander vile young Harry saw upon the printed page, his mother dear, the victim, which caused the fires to rage. His cheeks grew pale with anguish, His heart could know no fear, his only thought of days gone by, and mother's name so dear. He only thought of years agone, when mother's face was young. Her arms were strong and willing then to guard her little son. But times have changed that youthful face, and age is creeping on, while he, in early manhood now, must be the stronger one. Shall he defend his mother's name? No duty is too great, though prison walls or gallows high for him will anxious wait. And now within the lonely jail young Harry waits his doom. Though it be liberty or death, the time must shortly come. Oh, mothers dear, and fathers too! Oh, women, weak or strong! Remember Harry's cause is yours, for you he's suffered long. 'Twas not for gold or laurel wreath, 'twas not for praise or fame, 'twas not for love of honours great, but love of woman's name. End of Hunted Down, or 5 Days in the Fog, by Harry Grenice. Read by Marianne Spiegel in Chicago, Illinois.
Spuk unter den 5 Eichen von Ludwig Bechstein. Dies ist eine Aufnahme zum 5-jährigen Jubiläum von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Spuk unter den 5 Eichen von Ludwig Bechstein. Nahe bei Erzen liegt ein Dorf, heißt Selksen, und nahe diesem Dorf standen 5 alte Eichen. Jetzt stehen nur noch 3, man nennt es aber immer noch unter den 5 Eichen. Dort trollt zur Nachtzeit greulicher Spuk umher. Schwarze Riesenhunde mit feurigen Telleraugen und rasselnden Ketten, dreibeinige Hasen, luftiges Galgengesindel vom nahen Totenberg, schwarze Raben, Fledermäuse so groß wie Nachteulen rennen, kriechen und fliegen durcheinander. Man sieht wohl auch nackte Jungfern tanzen von greulicher Gestalt. Einstens gingen 2 Burschen von großen Berkel, wo sie gearbeitet hatten, nach Selksen zurück. Denen begegnete bei den 5 Eichen ein wunderliches Spukding. Es hatte weder Kopf noch Arme noch Füße und hullerte auf sie zu und ließ ein Stöhnen hören. Der eine Bursche wollte beherzt darauf zugehen, der andere aber riß den Kameraden zurück, zu seinem Glück. Ein alter Chirurg aus Erzen hatte noch spät einen Kranken besucht, und als er an die 5 Eichen kam, da saß ein weißes Kaninchen am Weg. Das fing der Chirurg, tat es in seinen Schersack und trug es fort. Aber je weiter es ging, desto schwerer wurde der Sack. Er konnte ihn zuletzt nicht mehr tragen, setzte ihn hin und öffnete ihn. Da stieg ein Ding daraus hervor wie ein Mondkalb, über alle Maßen abscheulich, das fauchte ihn an, und da lief er, was er laufen konnte, und ließ den Sack samt allem Gerät darin im Stiche. Ein anderes Mal kam ein alter Jude des Weges, auch schon spät am Abend. Da saß an den 5 Eichen eine weiße Gans. Gott, dachte der Jude, was soll sitzen hier über Nacht die schöne Gans? Ich will sie doch nehmen mit mir und will sie machen fett. Die Gans aber wollte sich nicht gleich fangen lassen. Sie zischte und schlug mit den Flügeln. Der Jude aber wurde ihrer endlich doch Herr und steckte sie in die Kiepe, die er trug. Wie er aber weiter ging, so sprach er: Gott gerechter, was ist doch die Gans so schwer, wenn ich sie doch nur erst erharm hätt. Aber er brachte die Gans nicht heim. Er mußte stehen bleiben. Da rief es aus der Kiepe: »Gleich trägst du mich wieder unter die 5 Eichen, Jud, Vermaledeiter!« Aber wie zitterte und bebte da das arme alte Jüdchen, half aber alles nichts. Es mußte gehorchen und die schwere Last wieder zurücktragen. Zum Glück wurde sie nun wieder mit jedem Schritt leichter, wie sie erst schwerer geworden war. Und wie das jüdchen dort bei den eichen war, kroch ein uraltes spindeldürres weib, fast mit einem totenschädel und roten augen und haut wie pergament aus der kiepe, und sagte: »Danke auch schön, daß du mich getragen hast«, und gab ihm einen Schlag ins Gesicht, daß er und taumelte. Hinter ihm drein aber rief aus den 5 Eichen eine spottende Stimme den Neckreim: »Wer mir die Gans gestohlen hat, der ist ein Dieb. Wer mir sie aber wiederbringt, den hab ich lieb.« Der arme Jud hat fast den Tod davon gehabt und hat weder bei Tage noch bei Nacht jemals wieder Verlangen getragen, eine Gans, die nicht sein war, zu fangen und heimzuschleppen, wollte auch niemals unter den 5 Eichen lieb gehabt sein. Spuk unter den 5 Eichen von Ludwig Bechstein. Gelesen von Hokuspokus. Hoch von Ada Christen. Dies ist eine Aufnahme zum 5-jährigen Jubiläum von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. 5 Treppen hoch von Ada Christen. 5 Treppen hoch, 5 Treppen hoch dem Himmel nah, dem blauen, die Tauben nur vermögen noch in unser Heim zu schauen. Tief unten liegt die Welt, es dringt nur in verlornen Tönen herauf, was so betäubend klingt, ihr Jubeln und ihr Stöhnen. Wenn es auch oben einsam ist, du sehnst dich nicht hinunter, und wie dein kleiner Vogel bist du immer froh und munter. Vom Kirchturm in die traute Ruh des Stübchens manchmal klingen die Glockenstimmen, aber du kannst noch viel schöner singen. 5 Treppen hoch, 5 Treppen hoch halt ich dich treu geborgen. Was gilt die Welt mir unten noch mit ihren grauen Sorgen? 5 Treppen hoch von Ada Christen. Gelesen von Hokuspokus.
Von Johann Wilhelm Wolf. Diese Aufnahme ist zum 5-jährigen Jubiläum von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Aufgenommen von Elli. Die 5 Fragen von Johann Wilhelm Wolf. Ein armer Hirte hatte einen einzigen Sohn und kein Kind außer ihm. Da war es kein Wunder, dass der Knabe verzogen wurde. Alles, was er wollte, geschah, und so wuchs er ganz ins Wilde hinein, tat nichts und lernte nichts. Als er 12 Jahre alt war, wurde ihm das einsame Leben auf dem Felde zu langweilig, und er sprach: »Ich gehe betteln, da verdiene ich auch mein Brot und komme zugleich in der Welt herum.« Was wollten die Alten da machen? Sie mussten ihn eben gehen lassen. Er bettelte sich durch bis in eine große Stadt. Da setzte er sich vor die Tür eines reichen Kaufmanns nieder. Der zog ein Stück Brot aus dem Sack und biß so lustig hinein, als ob die ganze Stadt sein wäre und er vom besten Braten der Welt säße. Zufällig kam der Kaufmann eben nach Hause, und der Knabe gefiel ihm so wohl, dass er ihn zu sich nahm und ihn in die Schule schickte. Das Lernen schlug bei dem Hirtenknaben sehr wohl an, er war immer der Erste. Als er ausgelernt hatte, musste er auch noch die Kaufmannschaft erlernen, und auch darin machte er so große Fortschritte, dass sein Pflegevater ihn nicht genug rühmen konnte. Soweit war wohl alles gut. Aber was dem Kaufmann nicht behagte, war, dass sein Pflegesohn, der unterdessen ein schöner Jüngling geworden war, sich allzu gut mit seiner Tochter stand, so dass er fürchtete, die beiden möchten sich heiraten wollen. Darum beschloss er, ihn wegzuschicken, dass er die Welt sehe, denn er dachte, dann würden sie leicht einander vergessen. Darüber freute sich der Jüngling sehr, aber bevor er abreiste, ging er heimlich zu Emma, so hieß des Kaufmanns Tochter, und sprach: »Du bist mein und ich bin dein, und wir lassen nicht voneinander.« Da gelobte sie ihm treu zu bleiben, schenkte ihm einen schönen Ring, und sie nahmen unter vielen Tränen Abschied voneinander. Der Jüngling zog weg und kam an die See. Da nahm er ein Schiff und fuhr über in ein großes Königreich, welches auf einer Insel lag. Als er in die Hauptstadt kam, wurde er dort vor den König geführt, welcher ihn frug, wohin er gehe und was er suche. »Ich suche mein Glück, weiß aber noch nicht, wo ich es finden soll«, sprach der Jüngling. Wenn du es findest, dann bringe mir auch das meine mit, sprach der König. Was ist es denn? Frug der Jüngling, und der König antwortete, mein Glück ist ein Baum, welcher goldene Früchte trug, aber jetzt keine mehr trägt. Wenn du mir schaffst, dass er wieder fruchtbar wird, schenke ich dir eine Last Goldes aus meiner Schatzkammer. Der Jüngling versprach, er wolle sich alle Mühe darum geben, und bestieg wieder sein Schiff, denn er merkte wohl, dass sein Glück nicht auf der Insel war. Nachdem er 6 Tage und 6 Nächte gefahren war, kam er in ein anderes Land, stieg aus und wanderte auf die Hauptstadt zu. Als er am Tore seinen Paß zeigte, führte ihn die Schildwache zum König, welcher in tiefer Trauer war. »Wohin gehst du?« frug der König. »Ich suche mein Glück«, sprach der Jüngling. »Dann bringe mir auch meines mit, wenn du deines findest«, sprach der König. »Was ist denn das?« »Mein Glück ist ein Brunnen, daraus sprangen ehedem goldene Perlen, und jetzt springen keine mehr daraus, und er ist ganz versiegt. Wenn du mir schaffen kannst, dass er wieder springt, dann schenke ich dir eine Last Goldes aus meiner Schatzkammer.« Der Jüngling versprach sein Möglichstes zu tun und zog weiter, denn er sah ein, dass ihm sein Glück hier nicht blühte. 2 Monate fuhr er im Lande umher, da kam er an die See, dort setzte er sich zu Schiffe und fuhr noch 2 Monate. Dann legte das Schiff an, denn sie hielten vor einer großen Insel. Da stieg er ans Land und kam in die Hauptstadt, wo alles in tiefer Trauer war. Es war ein Gebot vom König ausgegangen, dass jeder Fremde gleich zu ihm geführt werde, und so geschah es auch dem Jüngling. Als er in das Schloss kam, frug der König ihn, »Wohin gehst du?« »Ich suche mein Glück.« »Dann bringe mir auch das meine mit, wenn du deines findest.« »Was ist es denn?« frug der Jüngling, und der König antwortete, »Ich hatte 3 Töchter, und vor Jahren ist mir die jüngste gestohlen worden. Wenn du sie mir wieder schaffst, schenke ich dir mein halbes Königreich.« Der Jüngling versprach, alles zu tun, was in seinen Kräften stünde, und zog seines Weges weiter, denn wo solche Trauer war, da konnte er sein Glück nicht finden. Er hatte wiederum ein gut Stück Weges hinter sich, als er eines Tages ein altes Schloss vor sich liegen sah. Ein ungeheurer Riese hielt daran Wache, er trug eine der schwersten Kanonen, die es gibt, auf der Schulter. Als er den Jüngling sah, schrie er, »Ei, du Erdenwurm, wo willst du hin?« »Ich suche mein Glück.« »Dann bringe mir meines auch mit, hörst du?« »Wenn du mir sagen willst, was das ist, will ich es wohl tun«, sprach der Jüngling. »Ich stehe hier schon 1000 Jahre Schildwache«, sagte der Riese, »und ich weiß nicht, wie ich abgelöst werden kann.« »Gut, ich will sehen«, sprach der Jüngling und zog weiter und immer weiter, bis er an einen großen Fluss kam. Da saß eine steinalte Frau in einem Nachen, die frug ihn, ob er nicht überfahren wolle. »Jawohl, das möchte ich gern.« »Wo willst du denn hin?« frug die Frau weiter, und er antwortete, »Ich suche mein Glück.« »Dann bringe mir doch auch meines mit.« »Was ist denn das?« »Ich fahre schon an 1000 Jahre die Leute über, und niemand kommt, um mich abzulösen«, antwortete die Frau. Der Jüngling versprach es ihr bereitwillig, sprang am anderen Ufer ans Land und marschierte rüstig weiter, bis er an einen großen Wald kam. Da irrte er den ganzen Tag umher, gegen Abend traf er auf ein Waldhaus, da klopfte er an. Eine schöne junge Frau öffnete ihm die Türe, aber sie erschrak offenbar, als sie ihn erblickte. »Könnte ich die Nacht wohl hier bleiben?« frug der Jüngling. »Ach, ihr seid zu eurem Unglück hierher gekommen«, sprach sie, »und ihr dürft nicht bleiben, denn ihr seid eures Lebens nicht sicher. Hier wohnt ein Menschenfresser, der verschont keines, und wenn er euch findet, dann ist es um euch geschehen.« »Ich bin aber so müde, dass ich nicht weiter kann«, sprach der Jüngling. »Wollt ihr mich nicht irgendwo verstecken?« »Das kann ich nicht«, antwortete sie, »denn er riecht euch, und zudem ist er allwissend und sieht alles, was auf der Erde vorgeht.« Aber der Jüngling bat so lange, bis sie endlich doch einwilligte. Die schöne Frau brachte das Abendbrot, und sie setzten sich zusammen zu Tische. Während sie aßen, erzählte er von seiner Reise und den 5, denen er ihr Glück mitbringen solle, wodurch eigentlich sein Glück gemacht wäre, denn wenn er so viel Geld von den Königen bekäme, dann wäre er geborgen auf Lebenszeit. Die Frau war von Herzen sehr gut, und sie versprach ihm, den Menschenfresser auszuforschen, der werde schon alles wissen. Plötzlich rauschte und brauste es im Walde, als ob die Bäume brechen wollten. »Da kommt er«, schrie die Frau, und schnell kroch der Jüngling unter das Bett. Kaum lag er da, als die Türe aufflog und der Menschenfresser hereintrat. »Menschenfleisch riech ich, Menschenblut genieß ich. Wen hast du heim?« schrie er. »Ei na«, sprach die Frau, »wirst du dich denn nie an mich gewöhnen? Mich hast du heim, und hier steht dein Essen, das lass dir schmecken und damit holla.« Er wollte ihr antworten und machte gar Miene, und das Bett zu greifen. Da drückte sie ihn auf seinen Stuhl nieder und schob ihm einen Löffel voll über den anderen in den Mund. Als sie ihn recht vollgestopft hatte, so dass er sich kaum mehr regen konnte, packte sie ihn am Kragen und rief, »Nun steh auf und mache, dass du in dein Bett kommst, ich kann dich nicht hineintragen.« Nur nicht lange dagesessen, rasch, sonst schläfst du mir noch ein. Er raffte sich langsam auf und wankte nach dem Bette zu. Plumps fiel er hinein. Sie schob seine Beine nach, und es dauerte keine 2 Minuten, da blies er schon, wie ein Blasbalg, und bald schnarchte er, daß man weit im walde hörte. Da rief die schöne Frau dem Jüngling zu: Nun merke wohl auf, was er sagt, wenn ich ihn frage. Sie legte sich zu dem Menschenfresser und stieß ihn derb in die Seite. Er fuhr auf und brummte unwirsch: Was fällt dir ein, du Närrin? Sie sprach: Mir träumte, ein König habe einen Baum mit goldenen Früchten gehabt. Jetzt trage er aber keine mehr. Was mag die Ursache davon sein? Das weiß ich, knurrte der Menschenfresser. Eine von den Kammerjungfern der Prinzessin hat heimlich ein Kind geboren. Sie hat es getötet und an der Wurzel des Baumes begraben. Solange das unschuldige Blut um Rache schreit, kann der Baum keine goldenen Früchte tragen. Wird es aber hinweggenommen und sie bestraft, dann trägt er noch reichlich Holz vorher. Und nachdem er dies gesagt hatte, legte er sich aufs andere Ohr und schlief wieder ein. Über eine Weile gab sie ihm abermals einen Rippenstoß, so daß er auffuhr und brummte: Was willst du denn schon wieder? Mir träumte, sprach sie, ein König habe einen Brunnen, woraus goldene Perlen sprengen, aber der sei ihm versiegt. Woher mag das wohl kommen? Das weiß ich, knurrte der Menschenfresser. Es sitzt eine große Kröte im Brunnen vor der Quelle. Wenn man die herausholt, dann springt der Brunnen noch reicher als vorher. Jetzt lass mich ruhig schlafen. Und er legte sich auf die Seite und schnarchte ein Stückchen weiter. Er hatte aber noch nicht manche Note geschnarcht, da gab ihm die Frau einen Schlag hinter das Ohr, so daß er in die Höhe fuhr und schrie: Bist du toll geworden, oder was fehlt dir? Ach, ich träume die Nacht so schwer, sprach sie. Mir träumte, ein König habe 3 Töchter gehabt. Davon sei eine ihm gestohlen worden, und kein Mensch wisse, wo sie geblieben sei. Das mußt du doch jedenfalls wissen. Das weiß ich auch, antwortete er und grinste sie freundlich an. Das bist du ja selbst, und ich habe dich ihm gestohlen. Und jetzt rate ich dir, lass mich schlafen. Der schönen Frau ging durch diese Antwort ein Licht auf. Ihr fiel ein, wie sie in dem Palast ihres Vaters so schöne Zimmer gesehen und so liebe gute Schwestern gehabt hatte, wie sie von ihrer Mutter gehätschelt und getätschelt worden war. Und alles sah sie wieder vor sich. Da überkam sie ein großes Heimweh, und sie dachte in ihrem Herzen: Ach, wenn er mich doch mitnehme und meinen lieben Eltern ihr Glück brächte und mir das meine schenkte. Sie stand vorsichtig auf und rief leise, ganz leise dem Jüngling zu, der unter dem Bette steckte: Willst du mich denn hier bei dem Menschenfresser lassen, oder willst du mich mitnehmen? Ach, nimm mich doch mit dir. Ohne dich gehe ich nicht, sprach der Jüngling, und wenn es mein Leben kostete. Da fasste sie frischen Mut und schlug dem Menschenfresser noch einmal hinters Ohr, dass es patschte. Der fuhr sehr zornig empor und schrie sie an: Jetzt wird es mir zu bunt. Willst du mich in Ruhe lassen oder nicht? Ach, es ist so heiß, und ich glaube, ich habe ein Fieber, sprach sie, denn so habe ich noch nie geträumt. Was hast du denn wieder geträumt? Schnaubte er, und sie sprach: Ach, mir träumte, ein Riese stünde 1000 Jahre Schildwache und habe eine schwere Kanone auf der Schulter, wisse aber nicht, wie er abgelöst werden könne. Ei, der Narr, brummte der Menschenfresser und legte sich wieder hin. Warum gibt er die Kanone nicht dem Erstbesten, der vorbeikommt, dann ist er abgelöst. Jetzt lass mich aber mit deinen Träumen in Ruhe, oder du sollst sehen, dass ich keinen Spaß verstehe. Und über eine Weile schnarchte er wieder, dass das Häuschen zitterte. Es blieb aber noch eine Frage übrig, und so wagte es die Frau denn auf gut Glück und patschte ihn zum Schluss noch einmal, dass es schallte. Im selben Augenblick aber richtete sich das Ungeheuer auf, bleckte seine Zähne vor Wut und griff nach ihr. Wäre sie nicht so flink aus dem Bette gesprungen, er hätte sie wahrscheinlich gefressen. Sie war aber mit einem Satz an der Tür und rief: Tu mir doch nichts, was kann ich denn dafür, dass mir so schwer träumt und dass ich Fieber habe? Das ist das letzte Mal, wo ich es dir hingehen lasse, sprach der Menschenfresser. Kommst du mir aber noch einmal, dann fresse ich dich mitsamt deinen Träumen. Es soll ja auch gewiss nie wieder geschehen, beruhige dich nur, sagte die Frau. Mir träumte, eine alte Frau fahre schon an 1000 Jahre die Leute in einem Nachen über die Wasser und könne nicht abgelöst werden. Wie kommt das wohl? Ei, die Närrin, lass sie ihr Ruder dem Erstbesten geben, den sie überfährt, und zuerst ins Land springen, dann ist sie abgelöst. Und nun nimm dich in Acht und störe mich nicht weiter in meiner Nachtruhe, sonst schaffe ich mir Ruhe, und dir mit. Nun gib dich nur zufrieden, alter Narr, sprach die Frau und kraulte ihm den Kopf. Da knurrte er noch ein wenig, und dann schlief er wieder ein und schnarchte so brav weiter wie vorher. Da stand die Frau leise auf, und der Jüngling kroch unter dem Bett hervor. Sie öffneten vorsichtig die Türe und flohen so schnell sie konnten, und ehe der Morgen anbrach, standen sie schon an dem Wasser. Die alte Frau rief dem Jüngling schon von weitem entgegen: Nun, hast du mein Glück? Ich habe es, und wenn du uns rasch überfährst, sage ich es dir am anderen Ufer. In einem Nu waren sie jenseits des Wassers. Da sprangen die beiden ans Land, und der Jüngling sprach: Wenn du abermals jemand überfährst und du bist am Lande, dann gib ihm das Ruder und springe zuerst aus dem Nachen, dann bist du abgelöst. So zeige mir doch, wie ich das machen muß, sprach die Frau, aber die beiden waren ihr zu klug und eilten ihres Weges weiter. Als der Riese den Jüngling sah, rief er ihm entgegen: »Nun, Erdwürmchen, hast du mein Glück?« »Ich habe es, aber warte, bis ich am Schlosse vorüber bin.« Jenseits des Schlosses sagte der Jüngling ihm sein Glück, und der Riese bedankte sich und war von Herzen froh. In dem Königreich, wohin sie nun kamen, nahmen sie sich einen schönen Wagen und putzten ihn mit grünen Reisern, und der Jüngling sagte jedem, der es hören wollte: »Ich bringe dem König seine verlorene Tochter zurück.« Dann lief alles Volk mit dem Wagen, und es war ein Jubel ohne Ende. In der Hauptstadt aber ging der Jubel erst recht los. Der König und die Königin und die Schwestern der Prinzessin waren außer sich vor Freude, und 3 Monate lang gab es Feste auf Feste, eines prächtiger als das andere. Da drängte es den Jüngling doch nach Hause, und sogleich ließ der König seine 6 Maultiere mit Gold beladen vorführen und sprach: »Nun wähle dir, was du willst. Hast du lieber 6 Lasten Gold, oder willst du lieber meine Tochter zur Frau?« »Wäre ich nicht versprochen«, antwortete der Jüngling, »dann wählte ich eine der 3 schönen Prinzessinnen zu meiner Frau. Nun aber darf ich meinem Schatz die Treue nicht brechen, denn das wäre große Sünde, und wähle die 6 Lasten Gold.« »Wie du willst«, sprach der König, und am anderen Tag nahm der Jüngling Abschied und fuhr zur See in das andere Königreich. Er ging geraden Weges auf die Hauptstadt und das Schloss des Königs zu und ließ sich bei ihm melden. Der König war sehr erfreut, ihn wiederzusehen, und frug sogleich: »Hast du mein Glück?« »Ich habe es«, sprach der Jüngling und offenbarte ihm, dass die Kröte den Brunnen verstopfe. Da wurden die Brunnenmeister geholt und mussten den Brunnen hinabsteigen, und wie der Jüngling gesagt hatte, so war es. Sobald die Kröte von dem Quell weggenommen war, sprang er so reichlich, dass die Brunnenmeister sich kaum vor dem Wasser mit den goldenen Perlen zu retten wussten. Es fehlte wenig, so wären sie alle ertrunken. Der König freute sich aber so sehr darüber, dass er dem Jüngling statt einer 2 Lasten Goldes geben ließ und ihm auch noch ein Schiff ausrüsten ließ, womit er seine Fahrt zur See fortsetzen konnte. Es dauerte nicht lange, so landete der Jüngling in dem ersten Königreich, wo er sich sogleich zum König führen ließ. »Hast du mein Glück?« frug der König. »Ich habe es«, sprach er und offenbarte ihm, warum der Baum keine goldenen Früchte mehr trage. Sogleich mussten die Gärtner herbei und am Baume nachgraben. Da kamen die weißen Knöchelchen zutage, und die Kammerjungfer wurde noch am selben Tage hingerichtet. Noch vor Abend trieb der Baum Blüten und so viele goldene Früchte, als wolle er all die Jahre nachholen, in welchen er unfruchtbar dagestanden hatte. Der König aber schenkte dem Jüngling in seiner Dankbarkeit statt einer Last Goldes 2 und dazu Wagen und Pferde und prächtig gekleidete Diener. Fröhlich und wohlgemut ging der Jüngling zur See und konnte es kaum erwarten, seine Emma wiederzusehen. Als das Schiff am Strande vor Anker gegangen war, setzte er sich in seinen Wagen und fuhr in die Stadt, wo der Kaufmann wohnte. Dort kehrte er dem Hause gegenüber in einen Gasthof ein. Wie wunderte er sich aber, als er in des Kaufmanns Haus alle Fenster erleuchtet sah und rauschende Musik schallen hörte. Er frug den Wirt, was das bedeute, und der Wirt antwortete: »Die Tochter des Hauses hält Verspruch, aber es geschieht gegen ihren Willen. Du lieber Gott, das arme Blut täte lieber weiß was, als mit ihrem Bräutigam tanzen, aber ihr Vater zwingt sie dazu.« »Dabei möchte ich auch sein«, sprach der Jüngling, zog prächtige Kleider an und ging in das Haus. Da er schon so viele Jahre weg gewesen war, hatte er sich so sehr verändert, dass ihn niemand wieder erkannte, selbst Emma nicht. Wer hätte aber auch denken sollen, dass dieser stolze Herr der Jüngling gewesen sei. Er ging sogleich auf Emma zu und sprach sie um einen Tanz an. Von Herzen gern, sagte sie, denn jetzt brauchte sie doch nicht mit dem verhaßten Bräutigam tanzen. Während sie nun so herumwalzten, hielt er die Hand so, dass der Ring ihr recht in die Augen blitzte. Sie sah den Jüngling mit großen Augen an und wurde totenblaß. Er aber führte sie in ein anderes Zimmer und sprach: »Emma, kennst du mich nicht mehr?« Da fiel sie vor lauter Freude in Ohnmacht, und als sie wieder erwachte, da lag sie in seinen Armen. Ihr Vater und ihre Mutter kamen hinzu, und auch der Bräutigam, und alle waren nicht wenig erstaunt, dass Emma so freundlich gegen den fremden stolzen Herrn tat. Da gab sich der Jüngling zu erkennen und erzählte, woher er sein Geld habe und dass er reicher sei als der König. Die Gäste horchten mit Erstaunen zu, nur nicht der Bräutigam. Der schlich sich leise hinweg, und niemand hat ihn mehr gesehen. Im Herzen des Kaufmanns aber war die Habgier erwacht. Als er am folgenden Tage das viele Gold sah, welches der Jüngling mitgebracht hatte, da ließ es ihm erst recht keine Ruhe, und er sprach zu seiner Frau: »Komm, lass uns auch unser Glück versuchen. Hat der Geldschnabel es so leicht gefunden, dann werden wir es auch finden, und noch viel besser wie er.« Da packten sie ihre Koffer und gingen zur See. Als sie in das erste Königreich kamen und nach dem König frugen, wurden sie gar nicht einmal vorgelassen. In dem zweiten Königreich ließ der König ihnen sagen, als sie sich meldeten, sie hätten bei ihm nichts verloren. In dem dritten wurden sie wohl vorgelassen. Als sie aber sagten, sie wollten dem König sein Glück mitbringen, frug der König, ob sie närrisch seien, und sprach: »Ich habe kein Glück mehr nötig, seitdem ich meine Tochter wiedergefunden habe.« Die beiden Alten verloren trotzdem den Mut nicht und gingen weiter. Als der Riese sie sah, rief er dem Kaufmann zu: »Halt da, du Erdenwurm! Nimm mir mein Gewehr einmal ab, du kannst für mich Wache halten. Und er legte ihm die Kanone auf die Schultern. Aber sie war so schwer, dass der Mann zusammenbrach. Die Frau war beim Anblick des Riesen vor Schrecken geflohen, ohne sich nach ihrem Manne umzusehen, und kam an das Wasser. Da nahm das alte Weib sie hurtig in ihren Kahn auf. Als dieser am anderen Ufer hielt, sprach die Alte: Haltet mir einen Augenblick das Ruder fest. Die Frau tat es, und mit einem Satz war die Alte am Ufer, und die Frau verwünscht, die Leute überzufahren. Wenn keiner unterdessen dem Kaufmann die Wache und ihr das Ruder abgenommen hat, dann findest du sie wohl heute noch auf ihrem Posten. Ende von Die 5 Fragen von Johann Wilhelm Wolf, gelesen von Elli, Juli 2010.
School of Five Forks by Bret Harte. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fool of Five Forks by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. He lived alone. I do not think this peculiarity arose from any wish to withdraw his foolishness from the rest of the camp, nor was it probable that the combined wisdom of Five Forks ever drove him into exile. My impression is that he lived alone from choice, a choice he made long before the camp indulged in any criticism of his mental capacity. He was much given to moody reticence, and although to outward appearances a strong man, was always complaining of ill health. Indeed, one theory of his isolation was that it afforded him better opportunities for taking medicine, of which he habitually consumed large quantities. His folly first dawned upon Five Forks through the post-office windows. He was for a long time the only man who wrote home by every mail, his letters being always directed to the same person, a woman. Now, it so happened that the bulk of the Five Forks correspondence was usually the other way. There were many letters received, the majority being in the female hand, but very few answered. The men received them indifferently, or as a matter of course. A few opened and read them on the spot, with a barely repressed smile of self-conceit, or quite as frequently glanced over them with undisguised impatience. Some of the letters began with "My dear husband," and some were never called for. But the fact that the only regular correspondent of Five Forks never received any reply became at last quite notorious. Consequently, when an envelope was received bearing the stamp of the Dead Letter Office, addressed to "The Fool," under the more conventional title of Cyrus Hawkins, there was quite a fever of excitement. I do not know how the secret leaked out, but it was eventually known to the camp that the envelope contained Hawkins's own letters returned. This was the first evidence of his weakness. Any man who repeatedly wrote to a woman who did not reply must be a fool. I think Hawkins suspected that his folly was known to the camp, but he took refuge in symptoms of chills and fever, which he at once developed, and effected a diversion with 3 bottles of Indian cholagogue and 2 boxes of pills. At all events, at the end of a week, he resumed a pen stiffened by tonics with all his old epistolary pertinacity. This time the letters had a new address. In those days a popular belief obtained in the mines that luck particularly favored the foolish and unscientific. Consequently, when Hawkins struck a pocket in the hillside near his solitary cabin, there was but little surprise. "He will sink it all in the next hole," was the prevailing belief, predicated upon the usual manner in which the possessor of "nigger luck" disposed of his fortune. To everybody's astonishment, Hawkins, after taking about $8,000 and exhausting the pocket, did not prospect for another. The camp then waited patiently to see what he would do with his money. I think, however, that it was with the greatest difficulty their indignation was kept from taking the form of a personal assault when it became known that he had purchased a draft for $8,000 in favor of "that woman." More than this, it was finally whispered that the draft was returned to him, as his letters had been, and that he was ashamed to reclaim the money at the express office. It wouldn't be a bad speculation to go east, get some smart gal for $100 to dress herself up and represent that hag and just freeze on to that 8,000, suggested a far-seeing financier. I might state here that we always alluded to Hawkins's fair unknown as the hag, without having, I am confident, the least justification for that epithet. That the fool should gamble seemed eminently fit and proper. That he should occasionally win a large stake, according to that popular theory which I have recorded in the preceding paragraph, appeared also a not improbable or inconsistent fact. That he should, however, break the faro bank which Mr. John Hamlin had set up in Five Forks, and carry off a sum variously estimated at from $10,000 to $20,000, and not return the next day, and lose the money at the same table, really appeared incredible. Yet such was the fact. A day or two passed without any known investment of Mr. Hawkins's recently acquired capital. "If he allows to send it to that hag," said one prominent citizen, "suthin' ought to be done. It's just ruinin' the reputation of this yer camp. This sloshin' around a capital on non-residents as don't claim it. It's settin' an example o' extravagance," said another, "is little better nor a swindle. This mornin' 5 men in this camp, that hearin' that Hawkins had sent home $8,000, must just rise up and send home their hard earnin's too. And then to think that that 8,000 was only a bluff after all, and that it's lyin' there on call in Adams and Company's bank. Well, I say it's one of them things a vigilance committee oughter look into." When there seemed no possibility of this repetition of Hawkins's folly, the anxiety to know what he had really done with his money became intense. At last a self-appointed committee of 4 citizens dropped artfully, but to outward appearances carelessly, upon him in his seclusion. When some polite formalities had been exchanged, and some easy vituperation of a backward season offered by each of the parties, Tom Wingate approached the subject. "Sorter dropped heavy on Jack Hamlin the other night, didn't ye? He allows you didn't give him no show for revenge. I said you wasn't no such damned fool, didn't I, Dick?" continued the artful Wingate, appealing to a confederate. "Yes," said Dick promptly. "You said $20,000 wasn't going to be thrown around recklessly. You said Cyrus hadn't suthin' better to do with his capital," superadded Dick with gratuitous mendacity. "I disremember now that particular investment you said he was going to make with it," he continued, appealing with easy indifference to his friend. Of course Wingate did not reply, but looked at the fool, who, with a troubled face, was rubbing his legs softly. After a pause he turned deprecatingly towards his visitors. "You didn't any of ye ever hev a sort of tremblin' in your legs, a kind o' shakiness from the knee down? Suthin'," he continued, slightly brightening with his topic, "suthin' that begins like chills, and yet ain't chills, a kind o' sensation o' goneness here, and a kind o' feelin' as if you might die suddent, when Wright's pills don't somehow reach the spot, and quinine don't fetch you?" "No," said Wingate, with a curt directness and the air of authoritatively responding for his friends. "No, never had. You was speaking of this yer investment." "And your bowels all the time irregular?" continued Hawkins, blushing under Wingate's eye, and yet clinging despairingly to his theme like a shipwrecked mariner to his plank. Wingate did not reply, but glanced significantly at the rest. Hawkins evidently saw this recognition of his mental deficiency, and said apologetically, "You was saying something about my investment." "Yes," said Wingate, so rapidly as to almost take Hawkins' breath away. "The investment you made in—" "Rafferty's ditch," said the fool timidly. For a moment the visitors could only stare blankly at each other. Rafferty's ditch, the one notorious failure of Five Forks. Rafferty's ditch, the impracticable scheme of an utterly impractical man. Rafferty's ditch, a ridiculous plan for taking water that could not be got to a place where it wasn't wanted. Rafferty's ditch, that had buried the fortunes of Rafferty and 20 wretched stockholders in its muddy depths. "And that's it, is it?" said Wingate after a gloomy pause. "That's it? I see it all now, boys. That's how Ragged Pat Rafferty went down to San Francisco yesterday in store clothes, and his wife and 4 children went off in a carriage to Sacramento. That's why them 10 working men of his as ain't had a cent to bless themselves with was playing billiards last night and eating isters. That's where that money come from, $100 to pay for the long advertisement of the new issue of ditch stock in the Times yesterday. That's why them 6 strangers were booked at the Magnolia Hotel yesterday, don't you see? It's that money and that fool." The fool sat silent. The visitors rose without a word. "You never took any of them Indian vegetable pills?" asked Hawkins timidly of Wingate. "No," roared Wingate as he opened the door. "They tell me that took with the panacea, they was out of the panacea when I went to the drug store last week. They say that took with the panacea, they always effect a certain cure." But by this time Wingate and his disgusted friends had retreated, slamming the door on the fool and his ailments. Nevertheless, in 6 months the whole affair was forgotten. The money had been spent. The ditch had been purchased by a company of Boston capitalists, fired by the glowing description of an Eastern tourist who had spent one drunken night at Five Forks, and I think even the mental condition of Hawkins might have remained undisturbed by criticism but for a singular incident. It was during an exciting political campaign, when party feeling ran high, that the irascible Captain McFadden of Sacramento visited Five Forks. During a heated discussion in the Prairie Rose Saloon, words passed between the captain and the Honorable Calhoun Bungstarter, ending in a challenge. The captain bore the infelicitous reputation of being a notorious duelist and a dead shot. The captain was unpopular. The captain was believed to have been sent by the opposition for a deadly purpose, and the captain was, moreover, a stranger. I am sorry to say that with Five Forks this latter condition did not carry the quality of sanctity or reverence that usually obtains among other nomads. There was consequently some little hesitation when the captain turned upon the crowd and asked for someone to act as his friend. To everyone's astonishment, and to the indignation of many, the fool stepped forward and offered himself in that capacity. I do not know whether Captain McFadden would have chosen him voluntarily, but he was constrained in the absence of a better man to accept his services. The duel never took place. The preliminaries were all arranged, the spot indicated, the men were present with their seconds. There was no interruption from without, there was no explanation or apology passed, but the duel did not take place. It may be readily imagined that these facts, which were all known to Five Forks, threw the whole community into a fever of curiosity. The principals, the surgeon, and 1 second left town the next day. Only the fool remained. He resisted all questioning, declaring himself held in honor not to divulge. In short, conducted himself with consistent but exasperating folly. It was not until 6 months had passed that Colonel Startbottle, the second of Calhoun Bungstarter, in a moment of weakness, superinduced by the social glass, condescended to explain. I should not do justice to the parties if I did not give that explanation in the Colonel's own words. I may remark in passing that the characteristic dignity of Colonel Startbottle always became intensified by stimulants, and that by the same process all sense of humor was utterly eliminated. "With the understanding that I am addressing myself confidentially to men of honor," said the Colonel, elevating his chest above the barroom counter of the Prairie Rose Saloon, "I trust that it will not be necessary for me to protect myself from levity, as I was forced to do in Sacramento on the only other occasion when I entered into an explanation of this delicate affair by calling the individual to a personal account. I do not believe," added the Colonel, slightly waving his glass of liquor in the air with a graceful gesture of courteous deprecation, "knowing what I do of the present company, that such a course of action is required here. Certainly not, sir, in the home of Mr. Hawkins, the gentleman who represented Mr. Bungstarter, whose conduct, good sir, is worthy of praise, blank me." Apparently satisfied with the gravity and respectful attention of his listeners, Colonel Startbottle smiled relentingly and sweetly, closed his eyes half dreamily, as if to recall his wandering thoughts, and began. "As the spot selected was nearest the tenement of Mr. Hawkins, it was agreed that the parties should meet there. They did so promptly at 6:30. The morning being chilly, Mr. Hawkins extended the hospitalities of his house with a bottle of bourbon whiskey, of which all partook but myself. The reason for that exception is, I believe, well known. It is my invariable custom to take brandy, a wine-glassful and a cup of strong coffee immediately on rising. It stimulates the functions, sir, without producing any blank derangement of the nerves." The barkeeper, to whom, as an expert, the colonel had graciously imparted this information, nodded approvingly, and the colonel, amid a breathless silence, went on. "We were about 20 minutes in reaching the spot. The ground was measured. The weapons were loaded, when Mr. Bungstarter confided to me the information that he was unwell and in great pain. On consultation with Mr. Hawkins, it appeared that his principal in a distant part of the field was also suffering and in great pain. The symptoms were such as a medical man would pronounce choleriac. I say would have pronounced, for on examination the surgeon was also found to be in pain, and I regret to say, expressing himself in language unbecoming the occasion. His impression was that some powerful drug had been administered. On referring the question to Mr. Hawkins, he remembered that the bottle of whiskey partaken by them contained a medicine which he had been in the habit of taking, but which, having failed to act upon him, he had concluded to be generally ineffective and had forgotten. His perfect willingness to hold himself personally responsible to each of the parties, his genuine concern at the disastrous effect of the mistake, mingled with his own alarm at the state of his system, which failed to respond to the particular qualities of the medicine, was most becoming to him as a man of honor and a gentleman. After an hour's delay, both principals being completely exhausted and abandoned by the surgeon, who was unreasonably alarmed at his own condition, Mr. Hawkins and I agreed to remove our men to Markleville. There, after a further consultation with Mr. Hawkins, an amicable adjustment of all difficulties, honorable to both parties and governed by profound secrecy, was arranged. I believe," added the colonel, looking around and setting down his glass, "no gentleman has yet expressed himself other than satisfied with the result." Perhaps it was the colonel's manner, but whatever was the opinion of Five Forks regarding the intellectual display of Mr. Hawkins in this affair, there was very little outspoken criticism at that moment. In a few weeks the whole thing was forgotten, except as part of the necessary record of Hawkins's blunders, which was already a pretty full one. Again, some later follies conspired to obliterate the past, until, a year later, a valuable lead was discovered in the Blazing Star tunnel in the hill where he lived, and a large sum was offered him for a portion of his land on the hilltop. Accustomed as Five Forks had become to the exhibition of his folly, it was with astonishment that they learned that he resolutely and decidedly refused the offer. The reason that he gave was still more astounding. He was about to build. To build a house upon property available for mining purposes was preposterous. To build at all with a roof already covering him was an act of extravagance. To build a house of the style he proposed was simply madness. Yet here were facts. The plans were made, and the lumber for the new building was already on the ground, while the shaft of the Blazing Star was being sunk below. The site was, in reality, a very picturesque one, the building itself of a style and quality hitherto unknown in Five Forks. The citizens, at first skeptical, during their moments of recreation and idleness, gathered doubtingly about the locality. Day by day, in that climate of rapid growths, the building, pleasantly known in the slang of Five Forks as the Idiot Asylum, rose beside the green oaks and clustering firs of Hawkins Hill, as if it were part of the natural phenomena. At last it was completed. Then Mr. Hawkins proceeded to furnish it with an expensiveness and extravagance of outlay quite in keeping with his former idiocy. Carpets, sofas, mirrors, and finally a piano, the only one known in the county, and bought at great expense from Sacramento, kept curiosity at a fever heat. More than that, there were articles and ornaments which a few married experts declared only fit for women. When the furnishing of the house was complete, it had occupied 2 months of the speculative and curious attention of the camp, Mr. Hawkins locked the front door, put the key in his pocket, and quietly retired to his more humble roof, lower on the hillside. I have not deemed it necessary to indicate to the intelligent reader all of the theories which obtained in Five Forks during the erection of the building. Some of them may be readily imagined. That the hag had, by artful coyness and systematic reticence, at last completely subjugated the fool, and that the new house was intended for the nuptial bower of the predestined unhappy pair, was of course the prevailing opinion. But when, after a reasonable time had elapsed, and the house still remained untenanted, the more exasperating conviction forced itself upon the general mind that the fool had been for the third time imposed upon. When 2 months had elapsed, and there seemed no prospect of a mistress for the new house, I think the public indignation became so strong that, had the hag arrived, the marriage would have been publicly prevented. But no one appeared that seemed to answer to this idea of an available tenant, and all inquiry of Mr. Hawkins as to his intention in building a house and not renting it or occupying it failed to elicit any further information. The reasons that he gave were felt to be vague, evasive, and unsatisfactory. He was in no hurry to move, he said, and when he was ready, it surely was not strange that he should like to have his house all ready to receive him. He was often seen upon the veranda of a summer evening, smoking a cigar. It was reported that one night the house was observed to be brilliantly lighted from garret to basement, that a neighbor, observing this, crept toward the open parlor window, and looking in, espied the fool, accurately dressed in evening costume, lounging upon a sofa in the drawing-room, with the easy air of socially entertaining a large party. Notwithstanding this, the house was unmistakably vacant that evening, save for the presence of the owner, as the witness afterward testified. When this story was first related, a few practical men suggested the theory that Mr. Hawkins was simply drilling himself in the elaborate duties of hospitality against a probable event in his history. A few ventured the belief that the house was haunted. The imaginative editor of the Five Forks Record evolved from the depths of his professional consciousness a story that Hawkins's sweetheart had died, and that he regularly entertained her spirit in this beautifully furnished mausoleum. The occasional spectacle of Hawkins's tall figure pacing the veranda on moonlight nights lent some credence to this theory, until an unlooked-for incident diverted all speculation into another channel. It was about this time that a certain wild, rude valley in the neighborhood of Five Forks had become famous as a picturesque resort. Travelers had visited it, and declared that there were more cubic yards of rough stone cliff and a waterfall of greater height than any they had visited. Correspondents had written it up with extravagant rhetoric and inordinate poetical quotation. Men and women who had never enjoyed a sunset, a tree, or a flower, who had never appreciated the graciousness or meaning of the yellow sunlight that flecked their homely doorways, or the tenderness of a midsummer's night, to whose moonlight they bared their shirt-sleeves or their tulle dresses, came from thousands of miles away to calculate the height of this rock, to observe the depth of this chasm, to remark upon the enormous size of this unsightly tree, and to believe with ineffable self-complacency that they really admired nature. And so it came to pass that, in accordance with the tastes or weaknesses of the individual, the more prominent and salient points of the valley were christened. And there was a lace handkerchief fall, and the tears of sympathy cataract, and one distinguished orator's peak, and several mounts of various noted people, living or dead, and an exclamation point, and a valley of silent adoration. And, in course of time, empty soda-water bottles were found at the base of the cataract, and greasy newspapers and fragments of ham sandwiches lay at the dusty roots of giant trees. With this there were frequent eruptions of closely shaven and tightly cravatted men and delicate flower-faced women in the one long street of Five Forks, and a scampering of mules, and an occasional procession of dusty brown linen cavalry. A year after Hawkins's idiot asylum was completed, one day there drifted into the valley a riotous cavalcade of schoolmarms, teachers of the San Francisco public schools, out for a holiday. Not severely spectacled Minervas and chastely armed and mailed Palaces, but, I fear, for the security of Five Forks, very human, charming and mischievous young women. At least so the men thought, working in the ditches and tunneling on the hillside, and when, in the interest of science and the mental advancement of juvenile posterity, it was finally settled that they should stay in Five Forks 2 or 3 days for the sake of visiting the various mines, and particularly the Blazing Star Tunnel, there was some flutter of masculine anxiety. There was a considerable inquiry for store clothes, a hopeless overhauling of old or disused raiment, and a general demand for boiled shirts and the barber. Meanwhile, with that supreme audacity and impudent hardihood of the sex when gregarious, the schoolmarms rode through the town, admiring openly the handsome faces and manly figures that looked up from the ditches, or rose behind the cars of ore at the mouths of the tunnels. Indeed, it is alleged that Jenny Forrester, backed and supported by 7 other equally shameless young women, had openly and publicly waved her handkerchief to the florid Hercules of Five Forks, one Tom Flynn, formerly of Virginia, leaving that good-natured but not overly bright giant pulling his blond mustaches in bashful amazement. It was a pleasant June afternoon that Miss Millie Arnott, principal of the primary department of one of the public schools of San Francisco, having evaded her companions, resolved to put into operation a plan which had lately sprung up in her courageous and mischief-loving fancy. With that wonderful and mysterious instinct of her sex, from whom no secrets of the affections are hid, and to whom all hearts are laid open, she had heard the story of Hawkins's folly, and the existence of the idiot asylum. Alone on Hawkins Hill, she had determined to penetrate its seclusion. Skirting the underbrush at the foot of the hill, she managed to keep the heaviest timber between herself and the Blazing Star Tunnel at its base, as well as the cabin of Hawkins halfway up the ascent, until, by a circuitous route, at last she reached, unobserved, the summit. Before her rose, silent, darkened, and motionless, the object of her search. Here her courage failed her, with all the characteristic inconsequence of her sex. A sudden fear of all the dangers she had safely passed, bears, tarantulas, drunken men, and lizards, came upon her. For a moment, as she afterward expressed it, she thought she should die. With this belief, probably, she gathered 3 large stones which she could hardly lift, for the purpose of throwing a great distance, put 2 hairpins in her mouth, and carefully readjusted with both hands 2 stray braids of her lovely blue-black mane, which had fallen in gathering the stones. Then she felt in the pockets of her linen duster for her card-case, handkerchief, pocket-book, and smelling bottle, and finding them intact, suddenly assumed an air of easy ladylike unconcern, went up the steps of the veranda, and demurely pulled the front door bell, which she knew would not be answered. After a decent pause, she walked around the encompassing veranda, examining the closed shutters of the French windows until she found one that yielded to her touch. Here she paused again to adjust her coquettish hat by the mirror-like surface of the long sash window that reflected the full length of her pretty figure, and then she opened the window and entered the room. Although long closed, the house had a smell of newness and of fresh paint that was quite unlike the moldiness of the conventional haunted house. The bright carpets, the cheerful walls, the glistening oilcloths were quite inconsistent with the idea of a ghost. With childish curiosity she began to explore the silent house, first timidly, opening the doors with a violent push, and then stepping back from the threshold to make good a possible retreat, and then more boldly as she became convinced of her security and absolute loneliness. In one of the chambers, the largest, there were fresh flowers in a vase, evidently gathered that morning, and, what seemed still more remarkable, the pitchers and ewers were freshly filled with water. This obliged Miss Millie to notice another singular fact, namely, that the house was free from dust, the one most obtrusive and penetrating visitor of Five Oaks. The floors and carpets had been recently swept, the chairs and furniture carefully wiped and dusted. If the house was haunted, it was possessed by a spirit who had none of the usual indifference to decay and mold. And yet the beds had evidently never been slept in. The very springs of the chair in which she sat creaked stiffly at the novelty. The closet doors opened with the reluctance of fresh paint and varnish, and in spite of the warmth, cleanliness, and cheerfulness of furniture and decoration, there was none of the ease of tenancy and occupation. As Miss Milly afterward confessed, she longed to tumble things around, and when she reached the parlor or drawing-room again, she could hardly resist the desire. Particularly was she tempted by a closed piano that stood mutely against the wall. She thought she would open it just to see who was the maker. That done, it would be no harm to try its tone. She did so with one little foot on the soft pedal. But Miss Milly was too good a player and too enthusiastic a musician to stop at half measures. She tried it again, this time so sincerely that the whole house seemed to spring into voice. Then she stopped and listened. There was no response. The empty rooms seemed to have relapsed into their old stillness. She stepped out on the veranda. A woodpecker recommenced his tapping on an adjacent tree. The rattle of a cart in the rocky gulch below the hill came faintly up. No one was to be seen, far or near. Miss Milly, reassured, returned. She again ran her fingers over the keys, stopped, caught at a melody running in her mind, half played it, and then threw away all caution. Before 5 minutes had elapsed, she had entirely forgotten herself, and with her linen duster thrown aside, her straw hat flung on the piano, her white hands bared, and a black loop of her braided hair hanging upon her shoulder, was fairly embarked upon a flowing sea of musical recollection. She had played perhaps half an hour when, having just finished an elaborate symphony, and resting her hands on the keys, she heard very distinctly and unmistakably the sound of applause from without. In an instant the fires of shame and indignation leaped into her cheeks, and she rose from the instrument and ran to the window, only in time to catch sight of a dozen figures in blue and red flannel shirts vanishing hurriedly through the trees below. Miss Milly's mind was instantly made up. I think I have already intimated that, under the stimulus of excitement, she was not wanting in courage, and as she quietly resumed her gloves, hat, and duster, she was not, perhaps, exactly the young person that it would be entirely safe for the timid, embarrassed, or inexperienced of my sex to meet alone. She shut down the piano, and having carefully reclosed all the windows and doors, and restored the house to its former desolate condition, she stepped from the veranda and proceeded directly to the cabin of the unintellectual Hawkins, that reared its adobe chimney above the umbrage a quarter of a mile below. The door opened instantly to her impulsive knock, and the Fool of Five Forks stood before her. Miss Milly had never before seen the man designated by this infelicitous title, and as he stepped backward in half courtesy and half astonishment, she was for the moment disconcerted. He was tall, finely formed, and dark-bearded. Above cheeks, a little hollowed by care and ill health, shone a pair of hazel eyes, very large, very gentle, but inexpressibly sad and mournful. This was certainly not the kind of man Miss Milly had expected to see, yet after her first embarrassment had passed, the very circumstance, oddly enough, added to her indignation, and stung her wounded pride still more deeply. Nevertheless, the arch hypocrite instantly changed her tactics with the swift intuition of her sex. "I have come," she said with a dazzling smile, infinitely more dangerous than her former dignified severity, "I have come to ask your pardon for a great liberty I have just taken. I believe the new house above us on the hill is yours. I was so much pleased with its exterior that I left my friends for a moment below here," she continued artfully, with a slight wave of the hand, as if indicating a band of fearless Amazons without, and waiting to avenge any possible insult offered to one of their number, "and ventured to enter it. Finding it unoccupied, as I had been told, I am afraid that I had the audacity to sit down and amuse myself for a few moments at the piano, while waiting for my friends." Hawkins raised his beautiful eyes to hers. He saw a very pretty girl, with frank gray eyes glistening with excitement, with two red, slightly freckled cheeks glowing a little under his eyes, with a short scarlet upper lip turned back, like a rose-leaf, over a little line of white teeth, as she breathed somewhat hurriedly in her nervous excitement. He saw all this calmly, quietly, and, save for the natural uneasiness of a shy, reticent man, I fear without quickening of his pulse. "I knowed it," he said simply. "I heerd ye as I come up." Miss Milly was furious at his grammar, his dialect, his coolness, and, still more, at the suspicion that he was an active member of her invisible élac. "Ah," she said, still smiling, "then I think I heard you." "I reckon not," he interrupted gravely. "I didn't stay long. I found the boys hanging around the house, and I allowed at first I'd go in and kinder warn you, but they promised to keep still. And you looked so comfortable and wrapped up in your music that I hadn't the heart to disturb you and kem away. I hope," he added earnestly, "they didn't let on as they'd heard you. They ain't a bad lot, them Blazing Star boys, though they're a little hard at times. But they'd no more hurt you than they would a cat," continued Mr. Hawkins, blushing with a faint apprehension of the inelegance of his simile. "No, no," said Miss Milly, feeling suddenly very angry with herself, the fool, and the entire male population of Five Forks. "No, I have behaved foolishly, I suppose, and, if they had, it would have served me right. But I only wanted to apologize to you. You'll find everything as you left it. Good day." She turned to go. Mr. Hawkins began to feel embarrassed. "I'd have asked you to sit down," he said finally. "If it had been a fit place for a lady, I'd er done so anyway. I don't know what kept me from it, but I ain't well, miss. Times I get sort of dumb agger. It's the ditches, I think, miss, and I don't seem to have my wits about me." Instantly Miss Arnott was all sympathy. Her quick woman's heart was touched. Can anything be done?" she asked more timidly than she had before spoken. "No, not unless ye 'member suthin' about these pills." He exhibited a box containing about a half dozen. "I forgot the direction. I don't seem to remember much anyway these times. They're Jones's Vegetable Compound. If you've ever took 'em, you'll remember whether the regular dose is 8. They ain't but 6 here, but perhaps ye never tuck any," he added deprecatingly. "No," said Miss Milly curtly. She had usually a keen sense of the ludicrous, but somehow Mr. Hawkins's eccentricity only pained her. "Will you let me see you to the foot of the hill?" he said again, after another embarrassing pause. Miss Arnott felt instantly that such an act would condone her trespass in the eyes of the world. She might meet some of her invisible admirers, or even her companions, and, with all her erratic impulses, she was nevertheless a woman, and did not entirely despise the verdict of conventionality. She smiled sweetly, and assented, and in another moment the two were lost in the shadows of the wood. Like many another apparently trivial act in an uneventful life, it was decisive. As she expected, she met 2 or 3 of her late applauders, whom she fancied looked sheepish and embarrassed. She met also her companions, looking for her in some alarm, who really appeared astonished at her escort, and she fancied a trifle envious of her evident success. I fear that Miss Arnott, in response to their anxious inquiries, did not state entirely the truth, but without actual assertion led them to believe that she had, at a very early stage of the proceeding, completely subjugated this weak-minded giant, and had brought him triumphantly to her feet. From telling this story 2 or 3 times, she got finally to believing that she had some foundation for it, then to a vague sort of desire that it would eventually prove to be true, and then to an equally vague yearning to hasten that consummation. That it would redound to any satisfaction of the fool, she did not stop to doubt. That it would cure him of his folly, she was quite confident. Indeed, there are very few of us, men or women, who do not believe that even a hopeless love for ourselves is more conducive to the salvation of the lover than a requited affection for another. The criticism of Five Forks was, as the reader may imagine, swift and conclusive. When it was found that Miss Arnott was not the hag masquerading as a young and pretty girl, to the ultimate deception of Five Forks in general, and the fool in particular, it was at once decided that nothing but the speedy union of the fool and the pretty schoolmarm was consistent with ordinary common sense. The singular good fortune of Hawkins was quite in accordance with the theory of this luck as propounded by the camp. That after the hag failed to make her appearance, he should strike a lead in his own house without the trouble of prospecting seemed to these casuists as a wonderful but inevitable law. To add to these fateful probabilities, Miss Arnott fell and sprained her ankle in the ascent of Mount Lincoln, and was confined for some weeks to the hotel after her companions had departed. During this period, Hawkins was civilly but grotesquely attentive. when after a reasonable time had elapsed there still appeared to be no immediate prospect of the occupancy of the new house, public opinion experienced a singular change in regard to its theories of Mr. Hawkins's conduct. The hag was looked upon as a saint-like and long-suffering martyr to the weaknesses and inconsistency of the fool. That after erecting his new house at her request he had suddenly gone back on her, that his celibacy was the result of a long habit of weak proposal and subsequent shameless rejection, and that he was now trying his hand on the helpless schoolmarm was perfectly plain to Five Forks. That he should be frustrated in his attempts at any cost was equally plain. Miss Milly suddenly found herself invested with a rude chivalry that would have been amusing, had it not been at times embarrassing. That would have been impertinent, but for the most superstitious respect with which it was proffered. Every day somebody from Five Forks rode out to inquire the health of the fair patient. "Has Hawkins been over to-day?" queried Tom Flynn with artful ease and indifference, as he leaned over Miss Milly's easy chair on the veranda. Miss Milly, with a faint pink flush on her cheek, was constrained to answer, "No." "Well, he sorter sprained his foot agin a rock yesterday," continued Flynn with a shameless untruthfulness. "You mustn't think anything of that, Miss Arnott. He'll be over yer to-morrer, and meantime he told me to hand this yer book air, with his regards, and this yer specimen." And Mr. Flynn laid down the flowers he had picked en route against such an emergency, and presented respectfully a piece of quartz and gold, which he had taken that morning from his own sluice box. "You mustn't mind Hawkins's ways, Miss Milly," said another sympathizing miner. "There ain't a better man in camp than that there Si Hawkins, and he don't understand the ways of the world with women. He hasn't mixed as much with society as the rest of us," he added, with an elaborate Chesterfieldian ease of manner, "but he means well." Meanwhile a few other sympathetic tunnelmen were impressing upon Mr. Hawkins the necessity of the greatest attention to the invalid. "It won't do, Hawkins," they explained, "to let that there gal go back to San Francisco and say that when she was sick and alone the only man at Five Forks under whose roof she had rested and at whose table she had sat" (this was considered a natural but pardonable exaggeration of rhetoric) "ever threw off on her, and it shan't be done. It ain't the square thing to Five Forks." And then the fool would rush away to the valley, and be received by Miss Milly with a certain reserve of manner that finally disappeared in a flush of color, some increased vivacity, and a pardonable coquetry. And so the days passed. Miss Milly grew better in health and more troubled in mind, and Mr. Hawkins became more and more embarrassed, and Five Forks smiled and rubbed its hands and waited for the approaching denouement. And then it came, but not perhaps in the manner that Five Forks had imagined. It was a lonely afternoon in July that a party of Eastern tourists rode into Five Forks. They had just done the Valley of the Big Things, and there being one or two Eastern capitalists among the party, it was deemed advisable that a proper knowledge of the practical mining resources of California should be added to their experience of the merely picturesque in nature. Thus far everything had been satisfactory. The amount of water which passed over the fall was large, owing to a backward season, and some snow still remained in the canyons near the highest peaks. They had ridden round one of the biggest trees and through the prostrate trunk of another. To say that they were delighted is to express feebly the enthusiasm of these ladies and gentlemen, drunk with the champagne hospitality of their entertainers, the utter novelty of scene, and the dry, exhilarating air of the valley. One or two had already expressed themselves ready to live and die there. Another had written a glowing account to the Eastern press, depreciating all other scenery in Europe and America, and under these circumstances it was reasonably expected that Five Forks would do its duty and equally impress the stranger after its own fashion. Letters to this effect were sent from San Francisco by prominent capitalists there, and under the able superintendence of one of their agents, the visitors were taken in hand, shown what was to be seen, carefully restrained from observing what ought not to be visible, and so kept in a blissful and enthusiastic condition. And so the graveyard of Five Forks, in which but two of the occupants had died natural deaths, the dreary ragged cabins on the hillsides, with their sad-eyed, cynical, broken-spirited occupants, toiling on day by day for a miserable pittance, an affair that a self-respecting Eastern mechanic would have scornfully rejected, were not a part of the Eastern visitor's recollection. But the hoisting works and the machinery of the Blazing Star Tunnel Company was. The Blazing Star Tunnel Company, whose gentlemanly superintendent had received private information from San Francisco to do the proper thing for the party. Wherefore the valuable heaps of ore in the company's works were shown. The oblong bars of gold ready for shipment were playfully offered to the ladies who could lift and carry them away unaided. And even the tunnel itself, gloomy, fateful, and peculiar, was shown as part of the experience. And in the noble language of one correspondent, the wealth of Five Forks and the peculiar inducements that it offered to Eastern capitalists were established beyond a doubt. And then occurred a little incident which, as an unbiased spectator, I am free to say offered no inducements to anybody whatever, but which, for its bearing upon the central figure of this veracious chronicle, I cannot pass over. It had become apparent to one or two more practical and sober-minded in the party that certain portions of the Blazing Star Tunnel, owing perhaps to the exigencies of a flattering annual dividend, were economically and imperfectly shored and supported, and were consequently unsafe, insecure, and to be avoided. Nevertheless, at a time when champagne corks were popping in dark corners and enthusiastic voices and happy laughter rang through the half-lighted levels and galleries, there came a sudden and mysterious silence. A few lights dashed swiftly by in the direction of a distant part of the gallery, and then there was a sudden sharp issuing of orders and a dull ominous rumble. Some of the visitors turned pale. One woman fainted. Something had happened. What? Nothing. The speaker is fluent, but uneasy. One of the gentlemen, in trying to dislodge a specimen from the wall, had knocked away a support. There had been a cave. The gentleman was caught and buried below his shoulders. It was all right. They'd get him out in a moment, only it required great care to keep from extending the cave. Didn't know his name. It was that little man, the husband of that lively lady with the black eyes. Hello there. Stop her, for God's sake, not that way, she'll fall from the shaft. She'll be killed. But the lively lady was already gone, with staring black eyes, imploringly trying to pierce the gloom, with hands and feet that sought to batter and break down the thick darkness, with incoherent cries and supplications following the moving of ignis fatuus lights ahead. She ran and ran swiftly, ran over treacherous foundations, ran by yawning gulfs, ran past branching galleries and arches, ran wildly, ran despairingly, ran blindly, and at last ran into the arms of the Fool of Five Forks. In an instant she caught at his hand. "Oh, save him!" she cried. "You belong here. You know this dreadful place. Bring me to him. Tell me where to go and what to do. I implore you. Quick, he is dying. Come." He raised his eyes to hers, and then, with a sudden cry, dropped the rope and crowbar he was carrying and reeled against the wall. "Annie," he gasped slowly, "is it you?" She caught at both his hands, brought her face to his with staring eyes, murmured, "Good God, Cyrus!" and sank upon her knees before him. He tried to disengage the hand that she wrung with passionate entreaty. "No, no, Cyrus, you will forgive me. You will forget the past. God has sent you here today. You will come with me. You will. You must save him." "Save who?" cried Cyrus hoarsely. "My husband." The blow was so direct, so strong and overwhelming, that even through her own stronger and more selfish absorption she saw it in the face of the man and pitied him. "I thought you knew it," she faltered. He did not speak, but looked at her with fixed, dumb eyes, and then the sound of distant voices and hurrying feet started her again to passionate life. She once more caught his hand. "Oh, Cyrus, hear me. If you have loved me through all these years, you will not fail me now. You must save him. You can. You are brave and strong. You always were, Cyrus. You will save him, Cyrus, for my sake, for the sake of your love for me. You will. I know it. God bless you." She rose as if to follow him, but at a gesture of command she stood still. He picked up the rope and crowbar slowly, and in a dazed, blinded way that in her agony of impatience and alarm seemed protracted to cruel infinity. Then he turned, and raising her hand to his lips, kissed it slowly, looked at her again, and the next moment was gone. He did not return, for at the end of the next half hour, when they laid before her the half-conscious, breathing body of her husband, safe and unharmed, But for exhaustion and some slight bruises, she learned that the worst fears of the workmen had been realized. In releasing him, a second cave had taken place. They had barely time to snatch away the helpless body of her husband before the strong frame of his rescuer, Cyrus Hawkins, was struck and smitten down in his place. For 2 hours he lay there crushed and broken-limbed, with a heavy beam lying across his breast inside of all, conscious and patient. For 2 hours they had labored around him wildly, despairingly, hopefully, with the wills of gods and the strength of giants. And at the end of that time they came to an upright timber which rested its base upon the beam. There was a cry for axes, and one was already swinging in the air when the dying man called to them feebly, "Don't cut that upright." "Why?" "It will bring down the whole gallery with it." "How?" "It's one of the foundations of my house." The axe fell from the workman's hand, and with a blanched face he turned to his fellows. It was too true. They were in the uppermost gallery, and the cave had taken place directly below the new house. After a pause, the fool spoke again more feebly. "The lady! Quick!" They brought her, a wretched, fainting creature with pallid face and streaming eyes, and fell back as she bent her face above him. "It was built for you, Annie darling," he said, in a hurried whisper, "and has been waiting up there for you and me all these long days. It's deeded to you, Annie, and you must live there with him. He will not mind that I shall always be near you, for it stands above my grave." And he was right. In a few minutes later, when he had passed away, they did not move him, but sat by his body all night with a torch at his feet and head. And the next day they walled up the gallery as a vault. But they put no mark or any sign thereon, trusting rather to the monument that, bright and cheerful, rose above him in the sunlight of the hill. And those who heard the story said, "This is not an evidence of death and gloom and sorrow as are other monuments, but this is a sign of life and light and hope. Wherefore shall all know that he who lies under it is what men call a fool." End of The Fool of Five Forks by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Five by Bret Harte. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Mother of Five by Bret Harte. She was a mother, and a rather exemplary one, of 5 children, although her own age was barely 9. 2 of these children were twins, and she generally alluded to them as Mr. Amplach's children, referring to an exceedingly respectable gentleman in the next settlement, who, I have reason to believe, had never set eyes on her or them. The twins were quite naturally alike, having been in a previous state of existence 2 ninepins, and were still somewhat vague and inchoate below their low shoulders in their long clothes, but were also firm and globular about the head, and there were not wanting those who professed to see in this an unmistakable resemblance to their reputed father. The other children were dolls of different ages, sex, and condition, but the twins may be said to have been distinctly her own conception. Yet such was her admirable and impartial maternity that she never made any difference between them. The Amplach's children was a description rather than a distinction. She was herself the motherless child of Robert Folks, a hard-working but somewhat improvident teamster on the express route between Big Bend and Reno. His daily avocation, when she was not actually with him in the wagon, led to an occasional dispersion of herself and her progeny along the road and at wayside stations between those places. But the family was generally collected together by rough and kindly hands already familiar with the handling of her children. I have a very vivid recollection of Jim Carter trampling into a saloon after a 5-mile walk through a snowdrift with an Amplach twin in his pocket. "Suthin' ought to be done," he growled, "to make Mary a little more careful o' them Amplach children. I picked up one outer the snow a mile beyond Big Bend." "God bless my soul," said a casual passenger, looking up hastily. "I didn't know Mr. Amplach was married." Jim winked diabolically at us over his glass. "No more did I," he responded gloomily, "but you can't tell anything about the ways o' them respectable psalm-singin' jaybirds." Having thus disposed of Amplach's character, later on, when he was alone with Mary, or Meary as she chose to pronounce it, the rascal worked upon her feelings with an account of the infant Amplach's sufferings in the snowdrift and its agonized whisperings for "Meary, Meary," until real tears stood in Mary's blue eyes. "Let this be a lesson to you," he concluded, drawing the 9-pin dexterously from his pocket, "for it took nigh a quart of the best 40-rod whiskey to bring that child to." Not only did Mary firmly believe him, but for weeks afterwards Julian Amplach, this unhappy twin, was kept in a somnolent attitude in the cart, and was believed to have contracted dissipated habits from the effects of his heroic treatment. Her numerous family was achieved in only 2 years, and succeeded her first child, which was brought from Sacramento at considerable expense by a Mr. William Dodd, also a teamster, on her 7th birthday. This, by one of those rare inventions known only to a child's vocabulary, she at once called Misery, probably a combination of Missy, as she herself was formerly termed by strangers, and Missouri, her native state. It was an excessively large doll at first, Mr. Dodd wishing to get the worth of his money, but time, and perhaps an excess of maternal care, remedied the defect, and it lost flesh and certain unemployed parts of its limbs very rapidly. It was further reduced in bulk by falling under the wagon and having the whole train pass over it, but singularly enough its greatest attenuation was in the head and shoulders, the complexion peeling off as a solid layer, followed by the disappearance of distinct strata of its extraordinary composition. This continued until the head and shoulders were much too small for even its reduced frame, and all the devices of childish millinery, a shawl secured with tacks and well hammered in, and a hat which tilted backward and forward and never appeared at the same angle, failed to restore symmetry. Until one dreadful morning, after an imprudent bath, the whole upper structure disappeared, leaving 2 hideous iron prongs standing erect from the spinal column. Even an imaginative child like Mary could not accept this sort of thing as a head. Later in the day, Jack Roper, the blacksmith at the crossing, was concerned at the plaintive appearance before his forge of a little girl clad in a bright blue pinafore of the same color as her eyes, carrying her monstrous offspring in her arms. Jack recognized her and instantly divined the situation. "You haven't," he suggested kindly, "got another head at home, suthin' left over?" Mary shook her head sadly. Even her prolific maternity was not equal to the creation of children in detail. "Nor anything like a head?" he persisted sympathetically. Mary's loving eyes filled with tears. "No, nothing." "You couldn't," he continued thoughtfully, "use her the other side up? We might get a fine pair of legs out of them irons," he added, touching the 2 prongs with artistic suggestion. "Now look here." He was about to tilt the doll over when a small cry of feminine distress and a swift movement of a matronly little arm arrested the evident indiscretion. "I see," he said gravely. "Well, you come here tomorrow and we'll fix up suthin' to work her." Jack was thoughtful the rest of the day, more than usually impatient with certain stubborn mules to be shod, and even knocked off work an hour earlier to walk to Big Bend and a rival shop. But the next morning, when the trustful and anxious mother appeared at the forge, she uttered a scream of delight. Jack had neatly joined a hollow iron globe taken from the newel post of some old iron staircase railing to the 2 prongs, and covered it with a coat of red fireproof paint. It was true that its complexion was rather high, that it was inclined to be top-heavy, and that in the long run the other dolls suffered considerably by enforced association with his unyielding and implacable head and shoulders, but this did not diminish Mary's joy over her restored firstborn. Even its utter absence of features was no defect in a family where features were as evanescent as in hers, and the most ordinary student of evolution could see that the Amplach ninepins were in legitimate succession to the globular-headed Misery. For a time I think that Mary even preferred her to the others. Howbeit, it was a pretty sight to see her on a summer afternoon sitting upon a wayside stump, her other children dutifully ranged around her, and the hard, unfeeling head of Misery pressed deep down into her loving little heart as she swayed from side to side, crooning her plaintive lullaby. Small wonder that the bees took up the song and droned a slumberous accompaniment, or that high above her head the enormous pines, stirred through their depths by the soft Sierran air, or heaven knows what, let slip flickering lights and shadows to play over that cast-iron face, until the child, looking down upon it with the quick transforming power of love, thought that it smiled. The two remaining members of the family were less distinctive. Gloriana, pronounced as two words, Glory Anna, being the work of her father, who also named it, was simply a cylindrical roll of canvas wagon covering, girt so as to define a neck and a waist, with a rudely inked face, altogether a weak, pitiable, manlike invention. And Johnny Dear, alleged to be the representative of John Doremus, a young storekeeper who occasionally supplied Mary with gratuitous sweets. Mary never admitted this, and as we were all gentlemen along that road, we were blind to the suggestion. Johnny Dear was originally a small plaster phrenological cast of a head and bust, begged from some shop window in the county town, with a body clearly constructed by Mary herself. It was an ominous fact that it was always dressed as a boy, and was distinctly the most human-looking of all her progeny. Indeed, in spite of the faculties that were legibly printed all over its smooth, white, hairless head, it was appallingly lifelike. Left sometimes by Mary astride of the branch of a wayside tree, horsemen had been known to dismount hurriedly and examine it, returning with a mystified smile, and it was on record that Yuba Bill had once pulled up the pioneer coach at the request of curious and imploring passengers, and then grimly installed Johnny Dear beside him on the box seat, publicly delivering him to Mary at Big Bend, to her wide-eyed confusion, and the first blush we had ever seen on her round, chubby, sunburnt cheeks. It may seem strange that with her great popularity and her well-known maternal instincts, she had not been kept fully supplied with proper and more conventional dolls, but it was soon recognized that she did not care for them, left their waxen faces, rolling eyes, and abundant hair in ditches, or stripped them to help clothe the more extravagant creatures of her fancy. So it came that Johnny Dear's strictly classical profile looked out from under a girl's fashionable straw sailor hat, to the utter obliteration of his prominent intellectual faculties. The Amplach twins wore bonnets on their ninepins heads, and even an attempt was made to fit a flaxen scalp on the iron-headed Misery. But her dolls were always a creation of her own, her affection for them increasing with the demand upon her imagination. This may seem somewhat inconsistent with her habit of occasionally abandoning them in the woods or in the ditches, but she had an unbounded confidence in the kindly maternity of nature, and trusted her children to the breast of the Great Mother as freely as she did herself in her own motherlessness. And this confidence was rarely betrayed. Rats, mice, snails, wildcats, panther, and bear never touched her lost waifs. Even the elements were kindly. An Amplach twin buried under a snowdrift in high altitudes reappeared smilingly in the spring in all its wooden and painted integrity. We were all pantheists then, and believed this implicitly. It was only when exposed to the milder forces of civilization that Mary had anything to fear. Yet even then, when Patsy O'Connor's domestic goat had once tried to sample the lost Misery, he had retreated with the loss of 3 front teeth, and Thompson's mule came out of an encounter with that iron-headed prodigy with a sprained hind leg and a cut and swollen pastern. But these were the simple Arcadian days of the road between Big Bend and Reno, and progress and prosperity, alas, brought changes in their wake. It was already whispered that Mary ought to be going to school, and Mr. Amplach, still happily oblivious to the liberties taken with his name, as trustee of the public school at Duckville, had intimated that Mary's bohemian wanderings were a scandal to the county. She was growing up in ignorance, a dreadful ignorance of everything but the chivalry, the deep tenderness, the delicacy and unselfishness of the rude men around her, and obliviousness of faith in anything but the immeasurable bounty of nature toward her and her children. Of course, there was a fierce discussion between the boys of the road and the few married families of the settlement on this point, but of course progress and snivelization, as the boys chose to call it, triumphed. The projection of a railroad settled it. Robert Folks, promoted to a foremanship of a division of the line, was made to understand that his daughter must be educated. But the terrible question of Mary's family remained. No school would open its doors to that heterogeneous collection, and Mary's little heart would have broken over the rude dispersal or heroic burning of her children. The ingenuity of Jack Roper suggested a compromise. She was allowed to select one to take to school with her. The others were adopted by certain of her friends, and she was to be permitted to visit them every Saturday afternoon. The selection was a cruel trial, so cruel that, knowing her undoubted preference for her firstborn, Misery, we would not have interfered for worlds, but in her unexpected choice of Johnny Dear, the most unworldly of us knew that it was the first glimmering of feminine tact, her first submission to the world of propriety that she was now entering. Johnny Dear was undoubtedly the most presentable. Even more, there was an educational suggestion in its prominent, mapped-out phrenological organs. The adopted fathers were loyal to their trust. Indeed, for years afterward, the blacksmith kept the iron-headed Misery on a rude shelf like a shrine near his bunk. Nobody but himself and Mary ever knew the secret, stolen, and thrilling interviews that took place during the first days of their separation. Certain facts, however, transpired concerning Mary's equal faithfulness to another of her children. It is said that one Saturday afternoon, when the road manager of the new line was seated in his office at Reno in private business discussion with two directors, a gentle tap was heard at the door. It was opened to an eager little face, a pair of blue eyes, and a blue pinafore. To the astonishment of the directors, a change came over the face of the manager. Taking the child gently by the hand, he walked to his desk, on which the papers of the new line were scattered, and drew open a drawer from which he took a large 9-pin, extraordinarily dressed as a doll. The astonishment of the two gentlemen was increased at the following quaint colloquy between the manager and the child. "She's doing remarkably well, in spite of the trying weather, but I have had to keep her very quiet," said the manager, regarding the 9-pin critically. "'Es," said Mary quickly. "It's just the same with Johnny Dear. His cough is frightful at nights. But Misery's all right. I've just been to see her." "There's a good deal of scarlet fever around," continued the manager with quiet concern, "and we can't be too careful, but I shall take her for a little run down the line tomorrow." The eyes of Mary sparkled and overflowed like blue water. Then there was a kiss, a little laugh, a shy glance at the two curious strangers. The blue pinafore fluttered away, and the colloquy ended. She was equally attentive in her care of the others, but the rag baby, Glory Anna, who had found a home in Jim Carter's cabin at the Ridge, living too far for daily visits, was brought down regularly on Saturday afternoon to Mary's house by Jim, tucked in asleep in his saddlebags or riding gallantly before him on the horn of his saddle. On Sunday there was a dress parade of all the dolls, which kept Mary in heart for the next week's desolation. But there came one Saturday and Sunday when Mary did not appear, and it was known along the road that she had been called to San Francisco to meet an aunt who had just arrived from the States. It was a vacant Sunday to the boys, a very hollow, unsanctified Sunday somehow, without that little figure. But the next Sunday and the next were still worse, and then it was known that the dreadful aunt was making much of Mary and was sending her to a grand school, a convent at Santa Clara, where it was rumored girls were turned out so accomplished that their own parents did not know them. But we knew that it was impossible to our Mary. And a letter which came from her at the end of the month, and before the convent had closed upon the blue pinafore, satisfied us and was balm to our anxious hearts. It was characteristic of Mary. It was addressed to nobody in particular, and would, but for the prudence of the aunt, have been entrusted to the post office open and undirected. It was a single sheet, handed to us without a word by her father, but as we passed it from hand to hand, we understood it as if we had heard our last playfellow's voice. "There's more houses in 'Frisco than you can shake a stick at, and women's till you can't rest, but mules and jackasses ain't got no show, nor blacksmith shops which is not to be seen nowhere. Rabbits and squirrels, also bears and panthers, is unknown and unforgotten on account of the streets and Sunday schools. Jim Roper, you ought to be very good on Misery on account of my not being here, and not harden your heart to her because she is top-heavy, which is untrue and simply an impudent lie like you allus make. I have a canary bird what sings delightful, but isn't a yellerhammer such as I know, as you'd think. Dear Mr. Montgomery, don't keep Gillen Amplach too much shet up in office drawers. It isn't good for his lungs and chest. And don't you ink his head nother. You're as bad as the rest. Johnny dear, you must be very kind to your adopted father, and you, Glory Anna, must love your kind Jimmy Carter very much for taking you hossback so often. I has been buggy riding with an orficer who has killed Injuns real. I am coming back soon with great affection, so look out and mind." But it was 3 years before she returned, and this was her last and only letter. The adopted fathers of her children were faithful, however, and when the new line was opened, and it was understood that she was to be present with her father at the ceremony, they came with a common understanding to the station to meet their old playmate. They were ranged along the platform. Poor Jack Roper, a little overweighted with a bundle he was carrying on his left arm, and then a young girl in the freshness of her teens and the spotless purity of a muslin frock that, although brief in skirt, was perfect in fit, faultlessly booted and gloved, tripped from the train and offered a delicate hand in turn to each of her old friends. Nothing could be prettier than the smile on the cheeks that were no longer sunburnt. Nothing could be clearer than the blue eyes lifted frankly to theirs. And yet, as she gracefully turned away with her father, the faces of the 4 adopted parents were found to be as red and embarrassed as her own on the day that Yuba Bill drove up publicly with Johnny dear on the box seat. "You weren't such a fool," said Jack Montgomery to Roper, "as to bring Misery here with you." "I was," said Roper with a constrained laugh. "And you?" He had just caught sight of the head of a 9-pin peeping from the manager's pocket. The man laughed, and then the 4 turned silently away. Mary had indeed come back to them, but not the mother of 5. End of A Mother of 5 by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
5 Senses by E. Nesbit. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Professor Boyd Thompson's services to the cause of science are usually spoken of as inestimable, and so indeed they probably are, since in science, as in the rest of life, one thing leads to another, and you never know where anything is going to stop. At any rate, inestimable or not, they are world-renowned, and he with them. The discoveries which he gave to his time are a matter of common knowledge among biological experts, and the sudden ending of his experimental activities caused a few days' wonder, even in lay circles. Quite unintelligent people told each other that it seemed a pity, and persons on omnibuses exchanged commonplaces starred with his name. But the real meaning and cause of that ending have been studiously hidden, as well as the events which immediately preceded it. A veil has been drawn over all the things that people would have liked to know, and it is only now that circumstances so arrange themselves as to make it possible to tell the whole story. I propose to avail myself of this possibility. It will serve no purpose for me to explain how the necessary knowledge came into my possession, but I will say that the story was only in part pieced together by me. Another hand is responsible for much of the detail, and for a certain occasional emotionalism, which is, I believe, wholly foreign to my own style. In my original statement of the following facts, I dealt fully, as I am, I may say without immodesty, qualified to do so, with all the scientific points of the narrative. But these details were judged, unwisely as I think, to be needless to the expert and unintelligible to the ordinary reader, and have therefore been struck out, the merest hints being left as necessary links in the story. This appears to me to destroy most of its interest, but I admit that the allusions are perhaps justified. I have no desire to assist or encourage callow students in such experiments as those by which Professor Boyd Thompson brought his scientific career to an end. Incredible as it may appear, Professor Boyd Thompson was once a little boy who wore white embroidered frocks and blue sashes. In that state he caught flies and pulled off their wings to find out how they flew. He did not find out, and Lucilla, his little girl cousin, also in white frocks, cried over the dead, dismembered flies and buried them in little paper coffins. Later, he wore a holland blouse with a belt of leather and watched the development of tadpoles in a tin bath in a stable yard. A microscope was, on his 8th birthday, presented to him by an affluent uncle. The uncle showed him how to surprise the secrets of a drop of pond water, which, limpid to the eye, confessed under the microscope to a whole cosmogony of strenuous and undesirable careers. At the age of 10, Arthur Boyd Thompson was sent to a private school, its headmaster an acolyte of science, who esteemed himself to be a high priest of Huxley and Tyndall, a devotee of Darwin. Thence to the choice of medicine as a profession was, when the choice was insisted on by the elder Boyd Thompson, a short, plain step. Inorganic chemistry failed to charm, and under the cloak of medicine and surgery, the growing fever of scientific curiosity could be sated on bodies other than the cloak-wearers. He became a medical student, and an enthusiast for vivisection. The bow of Apollo was not always bent. In a rest interval, the summer vacation to be exact, he met again the cousin, second once removed, Lucilla, and loved her. They were betrothed. It was a long, bright summer, full of sunshine, garden parties, picnics, archery, a decaying amusement, and croquet, then coming to its own. He exulted in the distinction already present in his career, but some half-formed, wholly unconscious desire to shine with increased lustre in the eyes of the beloved caused him to invite, for the holiday's ultimate week, a fellow student, one who knew and could testify to the quality of the laurels already encircling the head of a young scientist. The friend came, testified, and, in a vibrating interview, under the lime trees of Lucilla's people's garden, Mr. Boyd Thompson learned that Lucilla never could, never would, love or marry a vivisectionist. The moon hung low and yellow in the spacious calm of the sky. The hour was propitious, the lovers fond. Mr. Boyd Thompson vowed that his scientific research should henceforth deal wholly with departments into which the emotions of the non-scientific cannot enter. He went back to London, and within the week bought 4 dozen frogs, 12 guinea pigs, 5 cats, and a spaniel. His scientific aspirations met his love longings, and did not fight them. You cannot fight beings of another world. He took part in a debate on blood pressure, which created some little stir in medical circles, spoke eloquently, and distinction surrounded him with a halo. He wrote to Lucilla 3 times a week, took his degree, and published that celebrated paper of his, which set the whole scientific world by the ears, The Action of Choline on the Nervous System, I think its name was. Lucilla surreptitiously subscribed to a press cutting agency for all snippets of print relating to her lover. 3 weeks after the publication of that paper, which really was the beginning of Professor Boyd Thompson's fame, she wrote to him from her home in Kent. "Arthur, you have been doing it again. You know how I love you, and I believe you love me, but you must choose between loving me and torturing dumb animals. If you don't choose right, then it's good-bye, and God forgive you. Your poor Lucilla, who loved you very dearly. He read the letter, and the human heart in him winced and whined. Yet not so deeply now, nor so loudly, but that he bethought himself to seek out a friend and pupil, who would watch certain experiments, attend to the cutting of certain sections, before he started for Tenterden, where she lived. There was no station at Tenterden in those days, but a 12-mile walk did not dismay him. Lucilla's home was one of those houses of brave proportions and an inalienable bourgeois stateliness, which stand back a little from the noble High Street of that most beautiful of Kentish towns. He came there pleasantly exercised, his boots dusty and his throat dry, and stood on a snowy doorstep beneath the Jacobean lintel. He looked down the wide, beautiful street, raised eyebrows and shrugged uneasy shoulders within his professional frock-coat. "It's all so difficult," he said to himself. Lucilla received him in a drawing-room scented with last year's rose-leaves and fresh with chintz that had been washed a dozen times. She stood, very pale and frail. Her blonde hair was not teased into fluffiness and rounded over the chignon of the period, but banded Madonna-wise, crowning her with heavy burnished plaits. Her gown was of white muslin, and round her neck black velvet passed, supporting a gold locket. He knew whose picture it held. The loose bell sleeves fell away from the slender arms with little black velvet bracelets, and she leaned one hand on a chiffonnier of carved rosewood, on whose marble top stood, under a glass case, a Chinese pagoda carved in ivory, and 2 Bohemian glass vases with medallions representing young women nursing pigeons. There were white curtains of darned net. In the fireplace white ravelled muslin spread a cascade brightened with threads of tinsel. A canary sang in a green cage, wainscoted with yellow tarlatan, and 2 red rosebuds stood in lank specimen glasses on the mantelpiece. Every article of furniture in the room spoke eloquently of the sheltered life, the iron obstinacy of the well-brought-up. It was a scene that invaded his mental vision many a time, in the laboratory, in the lecture-room. It symbolized many things, all dear and all impossible. They talked awkwardly, miserably, and always it came round to this same thing. "But you don't mean it," he said, and at last came close to her. "I do mean it," she said, very white, very trembling, very determined. "But it's my life," he pleaded. "It's the life of thousands. You don't understand." "I understand that dogs are tortured. I can't bear it." He caught at her hand. "Don't," she said, "when I think what that hand does." "Dearest," he said, very earnestly, "which is the more important, a dog or a human being?" "They're all God's creatures," she flashed, unorthodoxly orthodox. "They're all God's creatures," with much more that he heard, and pitied, and smiled at miserably in his heart. "You don't understand," he kept saying, stemming the flood of her rhetorical pleadings. "Spencer Wells alone has found out wonderful things, just with experiments on rabbits." "Don't tell me," she said. "I don't want to hear." The conventions of their day forbade that he should tell her anything plainly. He took refuge in generalities. "Spencer Wells, that operation he perfected, it's restored thousands of women to their husbands, saved thousands of women for their children." "I don't care what he's done. It's wrong if it's done in that way." It was on that day that they parted, after more than an hour, and more than 2, of mutual misunderstood reiteration. He, she said, was brutal, and besides it was plain that he did not love her. To him she seemed unreasonable, narrow, prejudiced, blind to the high ideals of the new science. "Then it's good-bye," he said at last. "If I gave way you'd only despise me, because I should despise myself. It's no good. Good-bye, dear." "Good-bye," she said. "I know I'm right. You'll know I am, some day." "Never," he answered, more moved and in a more diffused sense than he had ever believed he could be. "I can't set my pleasure in you against the good of the whole world." "If that's all you think of me," she said, and her silk and her muslin whirled from the room. He walked back to Staplehurst, thrilled with the conflict. The thrill died down, went out, and left as ashes a cold resolve. That was the end of Mr. Boyd Thompson's engagement. It was quite by accident that he made his greatest discovery. There are those that hold that all great discoveries are accident, or providence. The terms are, in this connection, interchangeable. He plunged into work to wash away the traces of his soul's wounds, as a man plunges into water to wash off red blood. And he swam there, perhaps, a little blindly. The injection with which he treated that white rabbit was not compounded of the drugs he had intended to use. He could not lay his hand on a thing he wanted, and in that sort of frenzy of experiment, to which no scientific investigator is wholly a stranger, he cast about for a new idea. The thing that came to his hand was a drug that he had never in his normal mind intended to use, an unaccredited, wild, magic medicine, obtained by a missionary from some savage South Sea tribe, and brought home as an example of the ignorance of the heathen. And it worked a miracle. He had been fighting his way through the unbending opposition of known facts. He had been struggling in the shadows. And this discovery was like the blinding light that meets a man's eyes when his pickaxe knocks a hole in a dark cave, and he finds himself face to face with the sun. The effect was undoubted. Now it behooved him to make sure of the cause, to eliminate all those other factors to which that effect might have been due. He experimented cautiously, slowly. These things take years, and the years he did not grudge. He was never tired, never impatient. The slightest variations, the least indications, were eagerly observed, faithfully recorded. His whole soul was in his work. Lucilla was the one beautiful memory of his life. But she was a memory. The reality was this discovery, the accident, the providence. Day followed day, all alike, and yet each taking, almost unperceived, one little step forward, or stumbling into sudden sloughs, those losses and lapses that take days and weeks to retrieve. He was professor, and his hair was grey at the temples, before his achievement rose before him, beautiful, inevitable, austere in its completed splendour, as before the triumphant artist rises the finished work of his art. He had found out one of the secrets with which nature has crammed her dark hiding places. He had discovered the hidden possibilities of sensation. In plain English, his researches had led him thus far. He had found, by accident or by providence, the way to intensify sensation. Vaguely, incredulously, he had perceived his discovery. The rabbits and guinea pigs had demonstrated it plainly enough. Then there was a night when he became aware that those results must be checked by something else. He must work out in marble the form which he had worked out in clay. He knew that by this drug, which had, so to speak, thrust itself upon him, he could intensify the 5 senses of any of the inferior animals. Could he intensify those senses in man? If so, worlds beyond the grasp of his tired mind opened themselves before him. If so, he would have achieved a discovery, made a contribution to the science he had loved so well and followed at such a cost, a discovery equal to any that any man had ever made. Ferrier and Leo and Horsley, those he would outshine. Galileo, Newton, Harvey. He would rank with these. Could he find a human rabbit to submit to the test? The soul of the man Lucilla had loved turned and revolted. No, he had experimented on guinea pigs and rabbits, But when it came to experimenting on men, there was only one man on whom he chose to use his new-found powers: himself. At least she would not have it to say that he was a coward or unfair when it came to the point of what a man could do and dare, could suffer and endure. His big laboratory was silent and deserted. His assistants were gone, his private pupils dispersed. He was alone with the tools of his trade. Shelf on shelf of smooth-stoppered bottles, drugs and stains, the long bench gleaming with beakers, test tubes, and the glass mansions of costly apparatus. In the shadows at the far end of the room, where the last-going assistant had turned off the electric lights, strange shapes lurked: wicker-covered carboys, kinographs, galvanometers. The faintly threatening aspect of delicate, complex machines, all wires and coils and springs, the gaunt form of the pendulum myograph, and certain well-worn tables and copper troughs for which the moment had no use. He knew that this drug, with others, diversely compounded and applied, produced in animals an abnormal intensification of the senses, that it increased, nay, as it were magnified 1,000-fold, the hearing, the sight, the touch, and, he was almost sure, the senses of taste and smell. But of the extent of the increase he could form no exact estimate. Should he, tonight, put himself in a position of one able to speak on these points with authority? Or should he go to the Royal Society's meeting and hear that ass Netherby maunder yet once again about the secretion of lymph? He pulled out his notebook and laid it open on the bench. He went to the locked cupboard, unfastened it with a bright key that hung instead of seal or charm at his watch chain. He unfolded a paper and laid it on the bench where no one coming in could fail to see it. Then he took out little bottles, 3, 4, 5, polished a graduated glass, and dropped into it slow, heavy drops. A larger bottle yielded a medium, in which all mingled. He hardly hesitated at all before turning up his sleeve and slipping the tiny needle into his arm. He pressed the end of the syringe. The injection was made. Its effect, though not immediate, was sudden. He had to close his eyes, staggered indeed, and was glad of the stool near him, for the drug coursed through him as a hunt in full cry might sweep over untrodden plains. Then suddenly everything seemed to settle. He was no longer the helpless scene of incredible meetings, but Professor Boyd Thompson, who had injected a mixture of certain drugs and was experiencing their effect. His fingers, still holding the glass syringe, sent swift messages to his brain. When he looked down at his fingers, he saw that what they grasped was a smooth, slender tube of clear glass. What he felt that they held was a tremendous cylinder, rough to the touch. He wondered, even at the moment, why, if his sense of touch were indeed magnified to this degree, everything did not appear enormous, his ring, his collar. He examined the new phenomenon with cold care. It seemed that only that was enlarged on which his attention, his mind, was fixed. He kept his hand on the glass syringe and thought of his ring, got his mind away from the tube, back again in time to feel it small between his fingers, grow, increase, and become big once more. "So that's a success," he said, and saw himself lay the thing down. It lay just in front of the rack of test tubes, to the eye just that little glass cylinder. To touch it was like a water pipe on a house side, and the test tubes, when he touched them, like the pipes of a great organ. "Success," he said again, and mixed the antidote. For he had found the antidote in one of those flashes of intuition, imagination, genius, that light the ways of science as stars light the way of a ship in dark waters. The action of the antidote was enough for one night. He locked the cupboard, and, after all, was glad to listen to the maunderings of Netherby. It had been lonely there, in the atmosphere of complete success. One by one, day by day, he tested the action of his drugs on his other senses. Without being too technical, I had better perhaps explain that the compelling drug was, in each case, one and the same. Its action was directed to this set of nerves or that by means of the other drugs mixed with it. I trust this is clear. The sense of smell was tested, and his laboratory, with its mingled odours, became abominable to him. Hardly could he stay himself from rushing forth into the outer air, to wash his nostrils in the clear coolness of Hampstead Heath. The sense of taste gave him, magnified 1,000 times, the flavour of his after-dinner coffee, and other tastes, distasteful almost beyond the bearing point. But success, he said, rinsing his mouth at the laboratory sink after the drinking of the antidote. All along the line, success. Then he tested the action of his discovery on the sense of hearing, and the sound of London came like the roar of a giant, yet when he fixed his attention on the movements of a fly, all other sounds ceased, and he heard the sound of the fly's feet on the shelf when it walked. Thus, in turn, he heard the creak of the boards expanding in the heat, the movement of the glass stoppers that kept imprisoned in their proper bottles the giants of acid and alkali. "Success!" he cried aloud, and his voice sounded in his ears like the shout of a monster overcoming primeval forces. "Success! Success!" Remained only the eyes, and here, strangely enough, the Professor hesitated, faint with a sudden heart-sickness. Following all intensification there must be reaction. What if the reaction exceeded that from which it reacted? What if the wave of tremendous sight, stemmed by the antidote ebbing, left him blind? But the spirit of the explorer in science is the spirit that explores African rivers, and sails amid white bergs to seek the undiscovered pole. He held the syringe with a firm hand, made the required puncture, and braced himself for the result. His eyes seemed to swell to great globes, to dwindle to microscopic globules, to swim in a flood of fire, to shrivel high and dry on a beach of hot sand. Then he saw, and the glass fell from his hand. For the whole of the stable earth seemed to be suddenly set in movement. Even the air grew thick with vast, overlapping, shapeless shapes. He opined later that these were the microbes and bacilli that cover and fill all things in this world that looks so clean and bright. Concentrating his vision, he saw in the one day's little dust on the bottles myriads of creatures, crawling and writhing, alive. The proportions of the laboratory seemed but little altered. Its large lines and forms remained practically unchanged. It was the little things that were no longer little, the invisible things that were now invisible no longer. And he felt grateful, for the first time in his life, for the limits set by nature to the powers of the human body. He had increased those powers. If he let his eyes stray idly about, as one does in the waltz, for example, all was much as it used to be. But the moment he looked steadily at any one thing, it became enormous. He closed his eyes. Success here had gone beyond his wildest dreams. Indeed, he could not but feel that success, taking the bit between its teeth, had perhaps gone just the least little bit too far. And on the next day he decided to examine the drug in all its aspects, to court the intensification of all his senses, which should set him in the position of supreme power over men and things, transform him from a professor into a demigod. The great question was, of course, how the 5 preparations of his drug would act on or against each other. Would it be intensification, or would they neutralize each other? Like all imaginative scientists, he was working with stuff perilously like the spells of magic, and certain things were not possible to be foretold. Besides, this drug came from a land of mystery and the knowledge of secrets which we call magic. He did not anticipate any increase in the danger of the experiment. Nevertheless, he spent some hours in arranging and destroying papers, among others, certain pages of the yellow notebook. After dinner, he detained his man as, laden with the last tray, he was leaving the room. "I may as well tell you, Parker," the Professor said, moved by some impulse he had not expected, "that you will benefit to some extent by my will, on conditions. If any accident should cut short my life, you will at once communicate with my solicitor, whose name you will now write down." The model man, trained by 15 years of close personal service, drew forth a notebook as neat as the Professor's own, wrote in it neatly the address the Professor gave. "Anything more, sir?" he asked, looking up, pencil in hand. "No," said the Professor, "nothing more. Good night, Parker." "Good night, sir," said the model man. The next words the model man opened his lips to speak were breathed into the night tube of the nearest doctor. "My master, Professor Boyd Thompson. Could you come round at once, sir? I'm afraid it's very serious." It was 6:30 when the nearest doctor, Jones was his unimportant name, stooped over the lifeless body of the Professor. He shook his head as he stood up and looked round the private laboratory on whose floor the body lay. "His researches are over," he said. "Yes, he's dead. Been dead some hours. When did you find him?" "I went to call my master as usual," said Parker. "He rises at 6, summer and winter, sir. He was not in his room, and the bed had not been slept in. So I came in here, sir. It is not unusual for my master to work all night when he has been very interested in his experiments, and then he likes his coffee at 6. "I see," said Dr. Jones. "Well, you'd better rouse the house and fetch his own doctor. It's heart failure, of course, but I dare say he'd like to sign the certificate himself." "Can nothing be done?" said Parker, much affected. "Nothing," said Dr. Jones. "It's the common lot. You'll have to look out for another situation." "Yes, sir," said Parker. "He told me only last night what I was to do in case of anything happening to him. I wonder if he had any idea." "Some premonition, perhaps," the doctor corrected. The funeral was a very quiet one. So the late Professor Boyd Thompson had decreed in his will. He had arranged all details. The body was to be clothed in flannel, placed in an open coffin covered only with a linen sheet, and laid in a family mausoleum, a moss-grown building in the midst of a little park which surrounded Boyd Grange, the birthplace of the Boyd Thompsons. A little property in Sussex it was. The Professor sometimes went there for week-ends. He had left this property to Lucilla with a last love letter, in which he begged her to give his body the hospitality of the death-house, now hers with the rest of the estate. To Parker he left an annuity of £200, on the condition that he should visit and enter the mausoleum once in every 24 hours for 14 days after the funeral. To this end, the late Professor's solicitor decided that Parker had better reside at Boyd Grange for the said fortnight, and Parker, whose nerves seemed to be shaken, petitioned for company. This made easy the arrangement which the solicitor desired to make, of a witness to the carrying out of Parker of the provisions of the dead man's will. The solicitor's clerk was quite good company, and arm in arm with him Parker paid his first visit to the mausoleum. The little building stands in a glade of evergreen oaks. The trees are old and thick, and the narrow door is deep in shadow even on the sunniest day. Parker went to the mausoleum, peered through its square grating, but he did not go in. Instead he listened, and his ears were full of silence. "He's dead right enough," he said, with a doubtful glance at his companion. "You ought to go in, oughtn't you?" said the solicitor's clerk. "Go in yourself if you like, Mr. Pollock," said Parker, suddenly angry. "Anyone who likes can go in, but it won't be me. If he was alive it'd be different. I'd have done anything for him. but I ain't going in among all those dead and mouldering Thompsons. See? If we both say I did, it'll be just the same as me doing it." "So it will," said the solicitor's clerk. "But where do I come in?" Parker explained to him where he came in, to their mutual content. "Right you are," said the clerk. "On those terms I'm fly. And if we both say you did it, we needn't come to the beastly place again," he added, shivering and glancing over his shoulder at the door with the grating. "No more we need," said Parker. Behind the bars of the narrow door lay deeper shadows than those of the ilexes outside. And in the blackest of the shadow lay a man whose every sense was intensified as though by a magic potion. For when the Professor swallowed the 5 variants of his great discovery, each acted as he had expected it to act. But the union of the 5 vehicles conveying the drug to the nerves, which served his 5 senses, had paralyzed every muscle. His hearing, taste, touch, scent, and sight were intensified 1,000-fold, as they had been in the individual experiments. But the man who felt all this exaggerated increase of sensation was powerless as a cat under curare. He could not raise a finger, stir an eyelash. More, he could not breathe, nor did his body advise him of any need of breathing. And he had lain thus immobile, and felt his body slowly grow cold, had heard in thunder the voices of Parker and the doctor, had felt the enormous hands of those who made his death toilet, had smelt intolerably the camphor and lavender that they laid round him in the narrow black bed, had tasted the mingled flavours of the drug and its 5 mediums, and, in an ecstasy of magnified sensation, had made the lonely train journey which coffins make, and known himself carried into the mausoleum and left there alone. And every sense was intensified, even his sense of time, so that it seemed to him that he had lain there for many years, and the effect of the drugs showed no sign of any diminution or reaction. Why had he not left directions for the injection of the antidote? It was one of those slips which wreck campaigns, cause the discovery of hidden crimes. It was a slip, and he had made it. He had thought of death, but in all the results he had anticipated, death's semblance had found no place. Well, he had made his bed, and he must lie on it. This narrow bed, whose scent of clean oak and French polish was distinct among the musty, intolerable odours of the charnel house. It was perhaps 20 hours that he had lain there, powerless, immobile, listening to the sounds of unexplained movements about him, when he felt, with a joy almost like delirium, a faint quivering in the eyelids. They had closed his eyes, and till now they had remained closed. Now, with an effort, as of one who lifts a gravestone, he raised his eyelids. They closed again quickly, for the roof of the vault, at which he gazed earnestly, was alive with monsters. Spiders, earwigs, crawling beetles and flies, far too small to have been perceived by normal eyes, spread giant forms over him. He closed his eyes and shuddered. It felt like a shudder, but no one who had stood beside him could have noted any movement. It was then that Parker came and went. Professor Boyd Thompson heard Parker's words, and lay listening to the thunder of Parker's retreating feet. He tried to move, to call out, but he could not. He lay there helpless, and somehow he thought of the dark end of the laboratory, where the assistant before leaving had turned out the electric lights. He had nothing but his thoughts. He thought how he would lie there and die there. The place was sequestered, no one passed that way. Parker had failed him, and the end was not hard to picture. He might recover all his faculties, might be able to get up, able to scream, to shout, to tear at the bars. The bars were strong, and Parker would not come again. Well, he would try to face with a decent bravery whatever had to be faced. time, measureless, spread round. It seemed as though someone had stopped all the clocks in the world, as though he were not in time, but in eternity. Only by the waxing and waning light he knew of the night and the day. His brain was weary with the effort to move, to speak, to cry out. He lay, informed with something like despair or fortitude. And then Parker came again, and this time a key grated in the lock. The Professor noted with rapture that it sounded no louder than a key should sound, turned in a lock that was rusty. Nor was the voice other than he had been used to hear it when he was man alive and Parker's master, and— "You can go in, of course, if you wish it, miss," said Parker, disapprovingly, "but it's not what I should advise myself. For me it's different," he added, on a sudden instinct of self-preservation. "I've got to go in, every day for a fortnight," he added, pitying himself. "I will go in, thank you," said a voice. "Yes, give me the candle, please. And you need not wait. I will lock the door when I come out." Thus the voice spoke, and the voice was Lucilla's. In all his life the Professor had never feared death or its trappings. Neither its physical repulsiveness nor the supernatural terrors which cling about it had he either understood or tolerated. But now, in one little instant, he did understand. He heard Lucilla come in. A light held near him shone warm and red through his closed eyelids, and he knew that he had only to unclose those eyelids to see her face bending over him. And he could unclose them. Yet he would not. He lay there, still and straight in his coffin, and life swept through him in waves of returning power. Yet he lay like death. For he said, or something in him said, "She believes me dead. If I open my eyes, it will be like a dead man looking at her. If I move, it will be a dead man moving under her eyes. People have gone mad for less. Lie still, he told himself. Take any risks for yourself. There must be none for her." She had taken the candle away, set it down somewhere at a distance, and now she was kneeling beside him, and her hand was under his head. He knew he could raise his arm and clasp her, and Parker would come back, perhaps, when she did not return to the house, come back to find a man in grave clothes clasping a mad woman. He lay still. Then her kisses and tears fell on his face, and she murmured broken words of love and longing. But he lay still. At any cost he must lie still, even at the cost of his own sanity, his own life. And the warmth of her hand under his head, her face against his, her kisses, her tears, set his blood flowing evenly and strongly. Her other arm lay on his breast, softly pressing over his heart. He would not move. He would be strong. If he were to be saved, it must be by some other way, not this. Suddenly, tears and kisses ceased. Her every breath seemed to have stopped with these. She had drawn away from him. She spoke. Her voice came from above him. She was standing up. "Arthur," she said. "Arthur." Then he opened his eyes, the narrowest chink. But he could not see her. Only he knew she was moving towards the door. There had been a new quality in her tone, a thrill of fear, or hope was it, or at least of uncertainty. Should he move? Should he speak? He dared not. He knew too well the fear that the normal human being has of death and the grave, the fear transcending love, transcending reason. Her voice was farther away now. She was by the door. She was leaving him. If he let her go, it was an end of hope for him. If he did not let her go, an end perhaps of reason for her. No. "Arthur," she said, I believe you can hear me. I'm going to get a doctor. If you can speak, Speak to me." Her speaking ended, cut off short as a cord is cut by a knife. He did not speak. He lay in a conscious, forced rigidity. "Speak if you can," she implored. "Just one word." Then he said very faintly, very distinctly, in a voice that seemed to come from a great way off, "Lucilla." And at the word she screamed aloud pitifully, and leapt for the entrance, and he heard the rustle of her crape in the narrow door. Then he opened his eyes wide, and raised himself on his elbow. Very weak he was, and trembling exceedingly. To his ears her scream held the note of madness. Vainly he had refrained. Selfishly he had yielded. The cold hand of a mortal faintness clutched at his heart. "I don't want to live now," he told himself, and fell back in the straight bed. Her arms were round him. "I'm going to get help," she said, her lips to his ear. "Brandy and things. Only I came back. I didn't want you to think I was frightened. Oh, my dear, thank God, thank God!" He felt her kisses, even through the swooning mist that swirled about him. Had she really fled in terror? He never knew. He knew that she had come back to him. That is the real, true, and authentic narrative of the events which caused Professor Boyd Thompson to abandon a brilliant career, to promise anything that Lucilla might demand, and to devote himself entirely to a gentlemanly and unprofitable farming, and to his wife. From the point of view of the scientific world, it is a sad ending to much promise. But at any rate there are two happy people hand in hand at the story's ending. There is no doubt that for several years Professor Boyd Thompson had had enough of science, and, by a natural revulsion, flung himself into the full tide of commonplace sentiment. But genius, like youth, cannot be denied. And I, for one, am doubtful whether the Professor's renunciation of research will be a lasting one. Already I have heard whispers of a laboratory which is being built onto the house beyond the billiard room. But I am inclined to believe the rumours which assert that, for the future, his research will take the form of extending paths already well trodden, that he will refrain from experiments with unknown drugs, and those dreadful researches which tend to merge the chemist and biologist in the alchemist and the magician. And he certainly does not intend to experiment further on the nerves of any living thing, even his own. The Professor had already done enough work to make the reputation of half a dozen ordinary scientists. He may be pardoned if he rests on his laurels, entwining them to some extent with roses. The bottle containing the drug from the South Seas was knocked down on the day of his death and swept up in bits by the laboratory boy. It is a curious fact that the Professor has wholly forgotten the formulae of his great discovery, the notes of which he destroyed just before his experiment, which so nearly was his last. This is a great satisfaction to his wife, and possibly to the Professor. But of this I cannot be sure. The scientific spirit survives much. To the unscientific reader, the strangest part of this story will perhaps be the fact that Parker is still with his old master, a wonderful example of the perfect butler. Professor Boyd Thompson was able to forgive Parker because he understood him. And he learned to understand Parker in those moments of agony when his keen intellect and his awakened heart taught him, through his love for Lucilla, the depth of that gulf of fear which lies between the quick and the dead. End of The Five Senses by E. Nesbit. Read by Corrie Samuel.
de la Main by Aloysius Bertrand. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Le Pouce est ce gras cabaretier flamand d'humeur goguenarde et grivoise qui fume sur sa porte à l'enseigne de la double bière de Mars. L'index est sa femme, virago sèche comme une merluche, qui dès le matin soufflette sa servante dont elle est jalouse et caresse la bouteille dont elle est amoureuse. Le doigt du milieu est leur fils, compagnon dégrossi à la hache, qui serait soldat s'il n'était brasseur, et qui serait cheval s'il n'était homme. Le doigt de l'anneau est leur fille, leste et agaçante zerbine qui vend des dentelles aux dames et ne vend pas ses sourires aux cavaliers. Et le doigt de l'oreille est le benjamin de la famille, marmot pleureur, qui toujours se trimballe à la ceinture de sa mère comme un petit enfant pendu au croc d'une ogresse. Les 5 doigts de la main sont la plus mirobolante giroflée à 5 feuilles qui ait jamais brodé les parterres de la noble cité de Harlem. End of Les 5 doigts de la main by Aloysius Bertrand. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in July 2010.
of Life by Mark Twain. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. In the morning of life came a good fairy with her basket, and said, "Here are gifts. Take one, leave the others. And be wary, choose wisely, oh, choose wisely, for only one of them is valuable." The gifts were 5, fame, love, riches, pleasure, death. The youth said eagerly, "There is no need to consider," and he chose pleasure. He went out into the world and sought out the pleasures that youth delights in, but each in its turn was short-lived and disappointing, vain and empty, and each, departing, mocked him. In the end he said, "These years I have wasted. If I could but choose again, I would choose wisely." Chapter 2. The fairy appeared and said, "4 of the gifts remain. Choose once more. And oh, remember, time is flying, and only one of them is precious." The man considered long, then chose love, and did not mark the tears that rose in the fairy's eyes. After many, many years, the man sat by a coffin in an empty home, and he communed with himself, saying, "One by one they have gone away and left me, and now she lies here, the dearest and the last. Desolation after desolation has swept over me. For each hour of happiness the treacherous trader Love has sold me, I have paid 1,000 hours of grief. Out of my heart of hearts I curse him." Chapter 3. Choose again. It was the fairy speaking. "The years have taught you wisdom. Surely it must be so. 3 gifts remain. Only one of them has any worth. Remember it, and choose warily." The man reflected long, then chose fame, and the fairy, sighing, went her way. Years went by, and she came again, and stood behind the man where he sat solitary in the fading day, thinking, and she knew his thought. My name filled the world, and its praises were on every tongue, and it seemed well with me for a little while. How little a while it was! Then came envy, then detraction, then calumny, then hate, then persecution, then derision, which is the beginning of the end, and last of all came pity, which is the funeral of fame. Oh, the bitterness and misery of renown, target for mud in its prime, for contempt and compassion in its decay. Chapter 4. Choose yet again. It was the fairy's voice. 2 gifts remain, and do not despair. In the beginning there was but one that was precious, and it is still here. Wealth, which is power. How blind I was, said the man. Now at last life will be worth the living. I will spend, squander, dazzle. These mockers and despisers will crawl in the dirt before me, and I will feed my hungry heart with their envy. I will have all luxuries, all joys, all enchantments of the spirit, all contentments of the body that man holds dear. I will buy, deference, respect, esteem, worship, every pinchbeck grace of life the market of a trivial world can furnish forth. I have lost much time, and chosen badly heretofore, but let that pass. I was ignorant then, and could but take for best what seemed so. 3 short years went by, and a day came when the man sat shivering in a mean garret, and he was gaunt and wan and hollow-eyed, and clothed in rags, and he was gnawing a dry crust, and mumbling, "Curse all the world's gifts for mockeries and gilded lies, and miscalled every one. They are not gifts, but merely lendings. Pleasure, love, fame, riches, they are but temporary disguises for lasting realities. Pain, grief, shame, poverty." The fairy said true. In all her store there was but one gift that was precious, only one that was not valueless. How poor and cheap and mean I know those others now to be, compared with that inestimable one, that dear and sweet and kindly one, that steeps in dreamless and enduring sleep the pains that persecute the body, and the shames and griefs that eat the mind and heart. Bring it. I am weary. I would rest. Chapter 5. The fairy came, bringing again 4 of the gifts, but death was wanting. She said, "I gave it to a mother's pet, a little child. It was ignorant, but trusted me, asking me to choose for it. You did not ask me to choose. Oh, miserable me! What is left for me? What not even you have deserved, the wanton insult of old age." End of The 5 Boons of Life by Mark Twain. Recording by Philippa. By William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those hours that with gentle work did frame the lovely gaze where every eye doth dwell, will play the tyrants to the very same, and that unfair which fairly doth excel. For never resting time leads summer on to hideous winter, and confounds him there, sap checked with frost, and lusty leaves quite gone, beauty o'ersnowed, and bareness everywhere. Then were not summer's distillation left, a liquid prisoner pent in walls of glass, beauty's effect with beauty were bereft, nor it nor no remembrance what it was. But flowers distilled, though they with winter meet, lease but their show, their substance still lives sweet. End of Sonnet No. 5 by William Shakespeare. Recording by Philippa.
Ways, quinque vie, for proving God's existence, from Summa Theologicae by St. Thomas Aquinas. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologicae Angelici Doctoris Sancti Tome Aquinatis. Prima pars. Quaestio secunda. De Deo and Deus sit. In tres articulos divisa. Articulus tertius. Utrum Deus sit. Ad tertium sic proceditur, videtur quod Deus non sit. Primus, quia si unum contrariorum fuerit infinitum, totaliter destruetur aliud. Sed hoc intelligitur in hoc nomine Deus, scilicet quod sit quoddam bonum infinitum. Si ergo Deus esset, nullum malum inveniretur. Invenitur autem malum in mundo, ergo Deus non est. Secundus. Praeterea, quod potest compleri per pauciora principia, non fit per plura. Sed videtur quod omnia que apparent in mundo possunt compleri per alia principia, supposito quod Deus non sit, quia ea que sunt naturalia reducuntur in principium quod est natura. Ea vero, que sunt a proposito, reducuntur in principium quod est ratio humana, vel voluntas. Nulla igitur necessitas est ponere Deum esse. Sed contra est quod dicitur Exodi capituli 3 versus 4 ex persona Dei. Ego sum qui sum. Respondeo dicendum quod Deum esse quinque viis probari potest. Prima autem et manifestior via est, que sumitur ex parte motus. Certum est enim, et sensu constat, aliquam moveri in hoc mundo. Omne autem quod movetur, ab alio movetur. Nihil enim movetur, nisi secundum quod est in potentia ad illud ad quod movetur. Movet autem aliquid secundum quod est actu. Movere enim nihil aliud est quam educere aliquid de potentia in actum. De potentia autem non potest aliquid reduci in actum, nisi per aliquod ens in actu. Sicut calidum in actu, ut ignis facit linium, quod est calidum in potentia, esse actu calidum, et per hoc movet et alterat ipsum. Non autem est possibile ut idem sit simul in actu et potentia secundum idem, sed solum secundum diversa. Quod enim est calidum in actu, non potest simul esse calidum in potentia, sed est simul frigidum in potentia. Impossibile est ergo, quod secundum idem et eodem modo, aliquid sit movens et motum, vel quod moveat se ipsum. Omne ergo quod movetur, oportet ab alio moveri. Si ergo id a quo movetur, moveatur, oportet et ipsum ab alio moveri, et illud ab alio. Hic autem non est procedere in infinitum, quia sic non esset aliquod primum movens. et per consequens, nec aliquod aliud movens, quia moventia secunda non movent nisi per hoc quod sunt mota a primo movente. Sicut baculus non movet nisi per hoc quod es motus a manu. Ergo necesse est devenire ad aliquod primum movens, quod ad nullo movetur, et hoc omnes inteligunt Deum. Secunda via est ex ratione causae efficientis. Invenimus enim in istis sensibilibus esse ordinem causarum efficientium. Nec tamen invenitur, nec est possibile, quod aliquid sit causa efficiens sui ipsius. Quia sic esset prius se ipso, quod est impossibile. Non autem est possibile, quod in causis efficientibus procedatur in infinitum. Quia in omnibus causis efficientibus ordinatis, primum est causa medii, et medium est causa ultimi, sive media sint plura, sive unum tantum. Remota autem causa, removetur effectus. Ergo, si non fuerit primum in causis efficientibus, non erit ultimum nec medium. Sed si procedatur in infinitum in causis efficientibus, non erit prima causa efficiens, et sic non erit nec effectus ultimus nec causae efficientes medie, quod patet esse falsum. Ergo est necesse ponere aliquam causam efficientem primam, quam omnes Deum nominant. Tertia via est sumpta ex possibili et necessario, quae talis est. Invenimus enim in rebus, quedam que sunt possibilia esse et non esse, cum quedam inveniantur generari et corrumpi, et per consequens possibilia esse et non esse. Impossibile est autem omnia que sunt talia semper esse, quia quod possibile est non esse, quandoque non est. Si igitur omnia sunt possibilia non esse, aliquando nihil fuit in rebus. Sed si hoc est verum, etiam nunc nihil esset, quia quod non est, non incipit esse, nisi per aliquid quod est. Si igitur nihil fuit ens, impossibile fuit quod aliquid inciperet esse, et sic modo nihil esset, quod patet esse falsum. Non ergo omnia entia sunt possibilia, sed oportet aliquid esse necessarium in rebus. Omne autem necessarium vel habet causam suae necessitatis, aliunde vel non habet. Non est autem possibile quod procedatur in infinitum in necessariis, quae habent causam suae necessitatis, sicut nec in causis efficientibus, ut probatum est. Ergo necesse est ponere aliquid quod sit per se necessarium, non habens causam necessitatis aliunde, sed quod est causa necessitatis aliis, quod omnes dicunt Deum. quarta via sumitur ex gradibus qui in rebus inveniuntur. Invenitur enim in rebus aliquid magis et minus bonum, et verum et nobile, et sic de aliis suius modi. Sed magis et minus dicuntur de diversis, secundum quod appropinquant diversi mode ad aliquid quod maxime est. Sicut magis calidum est, quod magis appropinquat maxime calido. Est igitur aliquid quod est verissimum, et optimum, et nobilissimum, et per consequens maxime ens. Namque sunt maxime vera, sunt maxime entia, ut dicitur libro secundo metaphysicarum. Quod autem dicitur maxime tale in aliquo genere est causa omnium que sunt illius generis. Sicut ignis, qui est maxime calidus, est causa omnium calidorum, ut in eodem libro dicitur. Ergo est aliquid, quod omnibus entibus est causa esse, et bonitatis, et cuius libet perfectionis. Et hoc dicimus Deum. Quinta via sumitur ex gubernatione rerum. Videmus enim quod aliquaque cognitione carent, scilicet corpora naturalia, operantur propter finem, quod apparet ex hoc, quod semper aut frequentius eodem modo operantur ut consequantur id quod est optimum, unde patet quod non a casu, sed ex intentione perveniunt ad finem. Ea autem, que non habent cognitionem, non tendunt in finem, nisi directa ab aliquo cognoscente et intelligente, sicut sagitta a sagittante. Ergo est aliquid intelligens, a quo omnes res naturales ordinantur ad finem. Et hoc dicimus Deum. Ad primum ergo dicendum, quod sicut dicit Augustinus in Enchiridio, Deus, cum sit summe bonus, nullo modo sineret aliquid mali esse in operibus suis, nisi esset ad Deo omnipotens et bonus, ut bene faceret etiam de malo. Hoc ergo ad infinitam Dei bonitatem pertinet, ut esse permittat mala, et ex eis eliciat bona. Ad secundum dicendum quod, cum natura propter determinatum finem operetur ex directione alicuius superioris agentis, necesse est, ea quea natura fiunt, etiam in Deum reducere, sicut in primam causam. Similiter etiam, quae ex proposito fiunt, oportet reducere in aliquam altiorem causam, quae non sit ratio et voluntas humana. Quia haec mutabilia sunt, et defectibilia. Oportet autem omnia mobilia et deficere possibilia reduci in aliquod primum principium immobile et per se necessarium, sicut ostensum est. End of the 5 ways, quinque viae, from Summa Theologicae by St. Thomas Aquinas. Read in Church Latin by Martin Geeson.
Tableau de Paris à 5 heures du matin by Marc-Antoine Desaugiers. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
L'ombre s'évapore et déjà l'aurore de ses rayons d'or, les toits d'alentour, les lampes pâlissent, les maisons blanchissent, les marchés s'emplissent, on a vu le jour de la Villette dans sa charrette, Susan Brouette, ses fleurs sur le quai, et de Vincennes, gros Pierre amène ses fruits que traîne un âne flanqué. Déjà l'épicière, déjà la fruitière, déjà l'écaillère sautent à bas du lit. L'ouvrier travaille, l'écrivain rimaille, le fainéant baille et le savant lit. J'entends Javotte portant sa hotte crier carottes, panais et choux-fleurs, perçant et grêle son cri, se mêle à la voix frêle du noir ramoneur. Gentille accorte devant ma porte, Perrette apporte son lait encore chaud, et la portière sous la gouttière pend la volière de Dame Margot. Le joueur ravi de la mine, livide et la bourse vide rentrant fulminant, et sur son passage l'ivrogne plus sage, rêvant son breuvage, ronflant fredonnant. Touché Hortense est en cadence, on chante, danse, joue, etc. Et sur la pierre, un pauvre air, la nuit entière, souffrit et pleura. Quand versitaire la solitaire, avec mystère dirige ses pas, la diligence part pour Mayence, Bordeaux, Florence ou les Pays-Bas. Adieu donc mon père, adieu donc mon frère, adieu donc ma mère, adieu mes petits. Les chevaux hennissent, les fouets retentissent, les vitres frémissent, les voilà partis. Dans chaque rue plus parcourue, la foule accrue grossit tout à coup. Grand valetaille, vieillard marmaille, bourgeois, canaille, abondent partout. À quelle cohue ma tête est perdue, moulue et fendue, où donc me cacher? Jamais mon oreille n'eut frayeur pareille, tout Paris s'éveille, allons nous coucher.
End of Tableau de Paris à 5 heures du matin by Marc-Antoine Desaugiers. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in July 2010. Paris à 5 heures du soir by Marc-Antoine Desaugiers. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
En tout lieu la foule par torrents s'écoule, l'un court l'autre roule, le jour baisse et fuit, les affaires cessent, les dîners se pressent, les tables se dressent, il est bientôt nuit. Là je devine Poularde de fine, et bécassine, et dindon truffé. Plus loin, je hume salé, légumes cuits dans l'écume d'un bœuf réchauffé. Le sec parasite flaire et trotte vite, partout tout l'invite, l'odeur d'un repas. Le surnuméraire pour 20 sous va faire une maigre chair qu'il ne paiera pas. Plus loin, qu'entends-je, quel bruit étrange et quel mélange de tons et de voix, chant de tendresse, cri d'allégresse, chorus d'ivresse partent à la fois. Les repas finissent, les thym refleurissent, les cafés s'emplissent et trop avinés. Un lourd gastronome de sa chute assomme le corps d'un pauvre homme qui n'a pas dîné. Le moka fume, le punch s'allume, l'air se parfume et de crier tous « Garçon, ma glace, ma demi-tasse, monsieur, de grâce, l'Empire après vous !» Les journaux se lisent, les liqueurs s'épuisent, les jeux s'organisent, et l'habitué, le nez sur sa canne, approuve ou chicane, défend ou condamne chaque coup joué. La tragédie, la comédie, la parodie, les escamoteurs, tout jusqu'au drame et mélodrame, attend, réclame l'heure des amateurs. Les quinquets fourmillent, les lustres scintillent, les magasins brillent et l'air agaçant. La jeune marchande provoque friande et de l'œil commande l'emplette aux passants. Des gens sans nombre d'un lieu plus sombre vont chercher l'ombre chère à leur dessein. L'époux convole, le fripon vole et l'amant vole à d'autres larcins. Jeannot, Claude, Blaise, Nicolas, Nicaise, tous 5 de falaise récemment sortis, élevant la face et cloué sur place devant un paillasse, s'amuse gratis. La jeune fille quittant l'aiguille rejoint Sondrie au bal de Luquet, et sa grand-mère chez la commère va coudre et faire son sang de piquet. 10 heures sonnées, des pièces données, 3 sont condamnés et se laissent choir. Les spectateurs sortent, se poussent, se portent, heureux s'ils rapportent et montrent et mouchoirs. Saint-Jean la flèche, qu'on se dépêche, notre calèche, mon cabriolet. Et la livrée, quoi qu'enivrée, plus altérée, sort du cabaret. Les carrosses viennent, s'ouvrent et reprennent leur maître qu'ils mènent en se succédant. Et d'une voix âcre, le cocher de fiacre peste, jure et sacre en rétrogradant. Quel tintamarre, quelle bagarre, aux cris de gare, 100 fois répétés. Vite on traverse, on se renverse, on se disperse de tous les côtés. Faute de pratique, on ferme boutique, quel contraste unique, bientôt m'est offert. Ces places courues, ces bruyantes rues, muettes et nues, sont un noir désert. Une figure de triste augure m'approche et jure en me regardant. Un long qui vive de loin m'arrive et je m'étais esquive de peur d'accident. Parlons intervalles, quelques lampes pâles, faibles, inégales, m'éclairent encore. Leur feu m'abandonne, l'ombre m'environne, le vent seul résonne, silence, tout dort.
End of Tableau de Paris à 5 heures du soir by Marc-Antoine Desaugiers. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in July 2010.
By Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. This is recorded to celebrate the 5th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Was verkürzt mir die Zeit? Tätigkeit. Was macht sie unerträglich lang? Müßiggang. Was bringt in Schulden, Harren und Dulden? Was macht gewinnen? Nicht lange besinnen. Was bringt zu Ehren? Sich wehren. End of 5 andere by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe.